Good evening. I'd like to call to order the March 25th, 2025 meeting of the City of West Palm Beach Historic Preservation Board. Can we please begin with a roll call?
Peggy Marker.
Just present right here.
Kyle Waters.
Here.
Gabriel Jaroslavsky.
Here.
Kristen Kellogg.
Here.
Amanda Skyer.
Here.
James Murphy.
Here.
Jeffrey Sheldon.
Here.
Gerald Bucksbaum.
Present.
Let the record reflect that everybody is here. I'm so sorry. Amanda Skyer.
Yes, I think you said me. Yeah, you did.
Okay, I didn't miss anybody, right?
Yes, I don't think so. No, the dais is full, so great to have everyone here. So we now move on to approval of the agenda for tonight's meeting. Do we have any changes by staff?
Good evening, Ana Maria Ponte, Assistant Development Services Director. We have one change on the agenda, case number 7.3, 401 47th Street. The applicant has requested continuance. It's marked on your agenda, but it was published as a full case.
Great, thank you. Do we have any changes to the agenda as presented in your packet, members of the board? Okay, seeing none, can we move for approval?
I move to approve the agenda for tonight's Historic Preservation Board meeting as noted.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Moving on to approval of the minutes for February 25th. Any changes to the minutes as presented in your packet? Okay, may I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes for the February 25th, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We now move on to the report from the Historic Preservation Planner.
Good evening. I have good news today. We have the new Historic Preservation Planner, Anthony Mendez, has joined the city. He started 3 weeks ago. He's still coming back to work, so that's a good sign. So I'm going to ask him to come to the podium and say a few words and introduce himself.
Hello, good evening. My name is Anthony Mendez. I'm the new Historic Preservation Planner for the city. I'd give you a little bit of background and insight as to who I am. I'm originally from Chicago, Illinois. I spent the first 21 years of my life over there. I have an undergraduate degree in architecture from the University of Illinois. I was an architectural design drafter for roughly a year and a half after graduating. Before deciding I wanted to pursue my graduate degree in historic preservation from Tulane University. I was an intern at the Preservation Foundation of Palm Beach in the summer of 2022, and it was there where I got to meet Frederick Mittner and Ann Hamilton. Then, nevertheless, after graduating from Tulane, I was with the State Historic Preservation Office for the past year up in Tallahassee. I was in their survey and registration section, so I'm happy to be here. I know that there's been a bit of a vacancy in the historic preservation section here in the city, so I look forward to filling that vacancy, using the best of my skills. I look forward to working with all of you who are on the board. I look forward to working on behalf of the city. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you. We're delighted to have you, and I think your education and experience will be a huge benefit to the program. Any further communications?
No, that's all.
Okay. We now move on to remarks by the chairperson. The matters before us this evening are quasi-judicial in nature, which means we base our decisions on competent, substantial evidence that comes before us. We ask you to please keep this in mind when speaking. For each of the cases on tonight's agenda, we will first have the applicant present. That presentation will be limited to 10 minutes, please. We have a very long agenda, so please, applicants, limit your presentation to 10 minutes. If there is a demolition involved, you are allotted 15 minutes, but please keep that in mind. And I'd like our secretary, if you could please keep an eye on that, just so we can march through this agenda as quickly as possible. And after the applicant presents, staff will make their presentation. Following that, we will open it up to public comment. So if there's anyone here that wants to speak on a project, you will need to fill out a card that's available in the lobby area out there and give it to the board secretary. And each public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person. After public comment, if there is any, the applicant will have an opportunity for a rebuttal. And after the rebuttal, we will go into executive session where we will render our decision. To lead into this, we need to let you know if we've had any conversations outside of this meeting, so we will now declare any ex parte communications.
As to matter 24-75, I've met with the architect, Mr. Fent, and Mr. Salata previously. All other items, I have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, nor have I received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters before us this evening, I have not had ex parte communications, nor received written communications, nor conducted an investigation, made a site visit, nor received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's March 25th, 2025 Historic Preservation Board meeting, I, James Murphy, have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Amanda Skyer, have not had ex parte communications. I've not received written communications. I've not conducted an investigation. I've not made a site visit nor received expert opinions. I request these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter 25-01335 Grayman Drive, I have a conflict of interest and will not be voting. I have returned the appropriate form to city staff. In regards to all other matters on tonight's agenda, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to matter to all items in tonight's agenda, I, Gabe Charslapsky, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Kyle Waters, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, nor have I received expert opinions. I request that all these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. Thank you.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Peg Marker, have had no ex parte communications, have not received any written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. We now move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. If you're here to speak on an item that's not on the agenda, now is the time to do so. If you'd like to speak about something that is not on the agenda, now is the time to do so. Yes, sir. Yes, no, please come up to the microphone.
How y'all doing today?
Good, how are you?
All right, Tim Brown, 951 33rd Street, West Palm Beach. My issue is I had plastic siding on my house, and I went to cut the grass and lean to get the house, and the whole wall fell in. So, at the time, I didn't know you need a permit to stucco your house. So I took the plastic off, the siding off. The wood was completely rotten around the windows and one of the bathrooms. So I got everything done, and I found out that you do need a permit. Okay, I paid all the fines, I paid everything, and it's been going on for about a year now. So right now I'm just trying to figure out which direction I need to go to get this cleared up and get my house back together.
Sure. Have you submitted an application to the city for the work for it's like a retroactive approval, and I'm not sure if it would be at the staff level or if you would need to come to the board. Anna Maria, are you familiar with this case?
Yes. So we spoke with Mr. Brown and we.
Do you want to come to the other, sorry, just so it picks up on the recording?
Yes, the staff has been in communication with Mr. Brown, and we are guiding him through the process. He submitted a building permit for basically stoking the house, but we could not approve it at staff level, so it was fail. So we are guiding him to come to the board and request approval from the board. So
Okay.
he already submitted the application, so it will be on the board next month.
Okay. Are you aware of that, Mr. Brown?
Yes. But I just want to get it all done and over with, at least for hurricane season start.
No, I understand. And so is the house is it secure right now?
Yeah, well,
or-
everything is done, but around the windows, that's the only thing left to be done. You know, at the
Okay.
time, I didn't know I needed a permit, because I kind of figured the only time you did purpose, you was tearing down something or building something. I didn't know
Sure.
you needed one to change the structure on the walls.
Sure.
So I'm just, you know, it's been a year now, and I kind of want to get the stuff back together now. I can't paint it, I can't really do anything right now. So I just want to know what direction I need to go, get this all solved and everything, and get it out of the way.
Sure. So it sounds like it cannot be approved at a staff level, so you will have to come before this board next month. But will you be able to provide him with some assistance in preparing for the meeting?
Yeah,
So,
we have, yeah,
like,
sure.
bring photographs, I don't know if you have any documentation to show the condition that you found when you removed.
I have pictures now of
Yeah.
everything, how it looked, so,
So if you can bring some pictures with you, that will be helpful.
okay.
We'll set up a meeting with you afterwards, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Can I leave?
Thank
you, I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any further public comment? Okay, we now move on to the swearing in of our speakers. If you plan on speaking or think you may speak, please rise and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, we don't have any consent cases on tonight's agenda. We have 3 continued cases, 2496, 155 Pershing Way, 24108, 808 Claremore Drive, and 24110, 401 47th Street. Those cases have all been continued to next month's meeting. So our first case on tonight's agenda is 24-109, 3618 Spruce Avenue.
Good afternoon. My name is Viviana. I'm here with NRH Homes, the applicant. Today, we are presenting 3618 Spruce Avenue, a new construction. This is a continuance case, and like the last board, we're meeting the setbacks and the lot coverage as well, as you can see in the table. Now, in last board meeting, there were some recommendations for the design of our proposed home. Some of the main ones being to extend the wall plane to the great room wall. These changes were complied with. We also made the edits to the front of the house, as you can see here. The other main changes were to change the pattern of the windows to a 2/2, and we did that as well. The roof was also modified to comply with a flat concrete tile roof in gray. And pretty much all of these comments recommended for staff were followed so that we can fall under the proposed design. This is the Spruce Avenue. This is how the visual would look, and then again in 36th Street, considering this is a corner lot. The inspiration along the same avenue, Spruce Avenue, These are all the houses within 3-block radius that we're aspiring our design on. And after the staff review, they were recommending these 4 conditions for approval that include for the shutter, the garage door, and the window and front entry hipped roof. And we have no problem complying with for the condition of approvals. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? Any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll now move on to the staff report.
Ana Maria Aponte, Development Services Assistant Director for the record. So as it was mentioned, this case was continued from last month. So we're not gonna go over the presentation again, but we are going over like there's some structures that existed previously on the site. And the applicant basically had a simple structure, but we have substantial comments about the design. Based on the comments that the staff provided and the review by the board on last month, the applicant substantially modified their structure and simplified the design. That was kind of the main goal that we have with this one. The revised proposal complies with the zoning and land development regulations as the original also did. So the changes were more like on the roof line and some details on the design. So the application complies generally with the zoning and land development regulations. As I mentioned in previous cases, this is a preliminary review. The full review for compliance with the zoning and land development regulations will be conducted at the time of the building permit. But we do a kind of a general review trying to identify any major issues that may be impacting the review by the Historic Preservation Board. At this point, we have not identified anything and the project generally complies. They have updated the front elevation and simplified the roof, hip over hip, with the windows that were suggested to be changed, the garage doors, so the building complies with the recommendations that were presented originally. So I'm not gonna go over that. And staff believes that as modified, the proposal it complies with the Secretary of Interior standards, specifically 9 and 10, and the additional criteria for design. We have 4 recommendations for the approval that the applicant has stated that they agree to those. I think the most important one is regarding the condition of approval number 4, that is regarding the front entry hip roof and the profile of that roof to make it low profile, so not be that prominent on the facade. That's all. I mean, regarding the windows, we had originally with the original design recommended to be 2/2s. With the modifications of the changes, we think it's also an option to be 6/6 or 4/4s, but it's we're gonna leave it to the applicant and they could do those changes if they decide to do so. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Questions of staff? So I was not here at the last meeting, so just to understand, it went from a two-story proposal to one?
No, it was all one story.
It was all one story. So
Yes.
I'm just I'm looking at this drawing in here in the supplemental packet. Is that a neighboring home?
I'm not
It's
sure what.
on, I don't know, it's page. I was looking for a streetscape. Is there a streetscape in the packet?
They did not submit an updated streetscape, but yeah, there is a streetscape in the packet. It's not the traditional that we get. It's more constructed with photographs, so it's a little
Okay.
bit different.
That's what I was wondering. And then that's where that drawing was. So I
Yes.
was just trying to, okay. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Do you have any comments from the public? Yes?
Yes, thank you. My name is John Sickler. I'm an owner at 436 36th Street, 2 doors east from this property. I did submit a card. I just, one, I appreciate that this is a modest-sized home. It fits in with the scale of the neighborhood. I think all the neighbors are appreciative of that generally. I do think there's a little bit of a missed opportunity to engage 36th Street, not having any type of outdoor space. I know that's a bedroom to the front, but it does have the opportunity to have some sense of a balcony or porch, or just a raised terrace that could be private for that bedroom. I'm just curious if the board would support that, if that's something the applicant could add, or would that require you coming back to the board? Other than that, happy to see the investment in the neighborhood. That property was very derelict for many years. I lived there before it was torn down. Unfortunately, it was a loss. But I would also ask the developer, the homeowner, to coordinate with the adjacent neighbor, who's my neighbor. They are out of town, but just to be aware of the construction schedule. And particularly, there's some very large exotic trees that are on the boundary between these two properties that warrant some conversation. So I would just appreciate them touching base with a neighbor adjacent to them. And that's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, we'll go into executive session. Does everyone feel that their concerns from last month's meeting were addressed in the redesign?
I do.
Yes, I think it's a nice modest home that will fit nicely with the one-story structures on this street, on this portion of Spruce Avenue. So that's always nice that zoning entitlements might have allowed for a two-story structure that may look domineering with the abutting property. So that's a relief. God bless an alley so that the garage doesn't have to front on either of the streets. So that's a plus. I think that the incorporating an outdoor transitional space along 36th Street is a rather clever idea. I'd certainly encourage the applicant to explore that. And I think the staff was right on with the entryway still needing work. I think that should definitely be explored with a more modest entryway.
Great. Any further discussion?
Mr. Murphy, do you feel that staff's comments address your concerns about the front entry? Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, even just the example, I just think the massing of the one-story structure doesn't warrant that kind of grander entryway. I'm sure you'd agree.
And it's more in keeping stylistically with the other properties around it that are historic.
Any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-109 for 3618 Spruce Avenue for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, specifically Standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City's Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance and the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach. The conditions include the following. 1, all shutters shall be sized to cover the window opening as if they were operable. 2, the garage door shall consist of a multi-panel garage door with an option for horizontal panes of glass. 3, window light pattern may be 6/6 or 4/4, depending on window width, and French door light pattern may be 8 or 10 light pattern. 4, the front entry hipped roof shall be low profile with reduced massing.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Your project is approved. Thank you. Our next case is 24-112, 409 45th Street.
Me again. Good afternoon. My name is Viviana, and I'm here representing NRH Homes, the applicant. 409 45th Street, lots 7 and 8 is a continuance case from January. In this proposed new construction, we needed to update the design to match the proposed design style, which was frame vernacular. As you can see in the chart, as far as setbacks and lot coverage, the proposed design does match the zoning requirements. This design did need to be improved a little more. We included the front porch that allows only one gable to show. This front porch was one of the main additions to the design so that it can match the frame vernacular style. It was a recommendation, and we've added it, as well as the proposed portion of the windows and the roof shape. This is the new frontage and the side that would go along 45th Street, and the updated floor plan with the front porch added. This is how the houses would look facing Flagler with the approved lots 5 and 6, and now the lots 7 and 8. and along 45th Street. The inspiration that we grabbed for this house within the same historic neighborhood were along 47th Street, 36th Street, and Flagler, not even 2 blocks away. These are very similar houses and our inspiration. After submitting this new design to staff, we were recommended these 3 conditions of approval. Removing the score line, which we can comply with, and the window light pattern shall be modified as well. And we need, at the moment of the building permit, we need to provide proposed details for the windows, doors, and the garage door to match the elevations, which again, we have no problem complying with. Thank you.
Questions of the applicant?
Could you pull up the proposed front elevation that's been revised?
The front elevation, I'm sorry, the front elevation in the presentation is the one for the lots
It's not.
5 and 6. Oh, here, I can show it here. This one? Yeah. It's this one, the front.
So the only line drawing we have of the front elevation is what's in the staff report?
The correct one is the
The
one on the
correct
staff
one,
report,
yes.
yes.
Okay. So could you just tell me a little bit more information about the detailing that you're proposing around the windows? I see that there's a line. Is that a raised stucco profile that dead ends into a water table? I know that that's part of what staff was getting after, but could you just speak to the details of the one that's on the, of 7 and 8? Mm-hmm.
You're referring to this line?
I'm talking about that line, but also you have some kind of window surround that's terminating into that line. What is that? Is it a raised,
Yes, so
like stucco detail?
this is a stucco detail, but the staff is recommending removing the score line. Sorry.
I think they're proposing removing it if it's a score line, but if
On
it's
the-
a
on the
water
left
table,
side.
they're setting a projection for it so that it reads like a water table. So what are you proposing?
Along the front.
What does that line mean?
It's just a stucco detail. It means
Does it project out?
yes,
Okay, so you are proposing a formal projecting water table at the bottom.
at the bottom.
Okay, and then what happens around the windows? Because you have a line that goes around those like pairs of windows. So what is that line representing?
Well, it would be matching at that point. So one for the windows,
Mhm.
there would not be, it would just fall on the window, on the detail.
Okay, so you're proposing like a flat, for lack of better wording, like flat stucco casing that surrounds those windows. It's not really casing, you just want projecting stucco that goes around those and then dies into the water table, so it's all flat?
Yes, it's the stucco finish is smooth, so it would be flat, yes.
Okay, can you speak to what's happening at the medallion and the gable?
Yes, so the gable is just, it used to be 2, and now with the outer porch, it's just 1.
So you have a decorative detail at the gable. Is
Mhm.
it applied? What is it made out of?
It would be made out of stucco as well.
Do you have a detail
Concrete.
for it?
I do not have a detail.
A foam bracket or stucco bracket.
A foam bracket, stucco bracket. You wanna? We don't have a detail
Is the
for it.
architect, who designed this? Is that
The
person here?
architect. No. We're the builders.
Okay, I think we don't have enough information to really understand what's being proposed and to move forward with approving this project. We can't, it doesn't sound like you have all the detail that we need to explain what's being presented. So is it possible to have the architect come here and present?
I can explain what's going on. So to answer your, sorry, Nicholas Haney, NRH Homes, the builder. So the raised section around the windows would be designed out of stucco or a wood composite type of material, whatever you guys, I guess, recommend. And the watermark that we proposed, staff recommends we take out, which we can. And then to answer the question about the medallion on the gable end, that will either be foam or a stucco bracket, whatever you guys prefer. And again, the kind of white trimming around the windows, that was kind of what we worked with staff to kind of justify. But again, that's entirely up to the board.
I think I just have a lot of questions about the details, and it sounds like you're telling us they can be whatever we want them to be, but we want to know what you're proposing and be able to respond to that.
Stucco is what we're proposing. I'm just, whatever material you guys would like to see, but we're proposing stucco.
And I'm trying to understand the nuances of, so you have this casing that goes around, or whatever we're calling it, right? You have raised stucco that goes around the windows, but then that dies into something, right? So
Yeah.
if you're getting rid of the water table, then what does that die into? And we wouldn't want them dying in at the same plane. So we don't want your casing being the same thickness as your water table, and then it looks like you have this kind of one-dimensional stucco detail.
And we
We're
could,
also not super fond of foam, as a historic preservation board, but I think I'm looking really for the development of the details and a documentation of what are these details mean, because we don't have a lot of information on that.
so the raised band around the windows could be a different profile, and that could be a condition that it has to be a different profile. Typically your score line, is about an inch, inch and a quarter out compared to the wall, and then your frame around the windows would be a little bit thinner to give that kind of variance like you're speaking about.
Yeah, I think this idea needs to be developed a little further. Just looking at these surrounds, I see 3-4 different widths. I don't know if that's the intent, but it's really hard to make a decision here. Is there a sill? Is there any sort of detail? How are you going to address that if you get rid of the water table?
We could add a bottom sill just to match, the top portion and the center portion. And again, that could be a condition as well. Again, this was kind of the guidance of staff and us to reach to this look. And, it could be developed however you guys would like. But I think it's a fairly simple architectural adjustment to achieve, without the score line.
Any further questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I feel there are not definitive answers to a lot of our questions, and in fairness to you, I think you should refine this a little bit more and come back to us.
We can give the conditions.
One of the conditions is to provide this product.
Can we go to
I
staff
have one other
report?
question.
Yes,
Was,
I think we should
was
go
that
to
little
staff report.
triangle
Maybe.
window there last month?
Can't recall.
Yeah,
It's for lots 5, let's say.
Was that always there, or was that added?
I can't recall.
Can't recall.
Yeah, it might just be a different in the streetscape for this application. I don't believe it was, but I can't recall.
Any further questions of the applicant?
One of the conditions is to provide the windows, doors, and garage door details.
Thank you. We'll move on to the staff report now.
Thank you.
Ana Maria Ponte, Development Services Assistant Director. As it was mentioned, this case was continued from last month. So last month, the board and the staff provided the applicant some comments on the design of the building. We believe the design has substantially improved from what we had originally. Staff review the proposed, the revised design for compliance with the zoning and land development regulations. And we found it in compliance with the rules for setbacks, lot coverage, and FAR for the proposed building. One of the biggest improvements on this is the design of the front elevation. Originally has a double hip roof, and it was now modified. It's now modified to a single hip on one side, and the porch was added on the front. I hear the board concerns about the details. We included just a condition regarding the water table because it was not clear what was it, if it was just a simple score line, and we think it will be valuable to keep it as a water line. So if it projects what is required. I hear your comments about the band, the stucco band. It's called 6-inch wide stucco band on the drawings, but it doesn't have the profile. So we could work with them on detailing those, the same with the medallion. I see the drawings and I see it like a cast medallion, but we can basically work with them on those details and be able to move them forward. For us, it was a substantial improvement from what it was originally presented last month, and that's why we are kind of recommended approval for it. We could work on the details with the applicant. This is, it's a masonry vernacular style. As I say, the double gable was changed, and the changes are appropriate for the selected architectural style. We recommend an approval with conditions based on the finding that the design complies with the Secretary of Interior standards and the additional criteria for design. As I say, we are including the recommendation regarding the score line and make it, if it is just a simple score line, remove it, but if it is a water table, we'd like to keep it on the profile. Also, modification of the window light pattern to be from 2/2 to 6/1, that we think is more appropriate. And then we would like to ask the applicant to provide information at time of building permit for the details of the windows and doors to ensure that the profiles are appropriate. If the board feels necessary, we could work with the applicant on those details for those elements, like the sills for the windows, more specific kind of overseeing the details that will make the project work. And if you add it as a condition, we could work with them on that. That concludes the staff presentation.
Questions of staff?
Hi, thank you. Generally speaking, the water table would be much lower than it's proposed, correct?
We could work on that, yeah, if you,
Okay. It wouldn't be.
not to be on the sill of
It
the
wouldn't be
window,
the
yeah.
sill height, is what I'm getting at. Okay, great.
What has been your interaction with the architect for the project? Have you had any?
We have not talked with the architect. We had a talk with the builder and their team, but not the architect, really.
I appreciate their willingness to, accommodate whatever the board thinks will be the best fit for the site and the neighborhood, but I do feel that staff is being tasked with designing this project instead of it being presented to you as a fully fleshed out concept.
That's correct.
Okay. Any further questions of staff? Thank you. Do you have any public comment on this project? Okay, we'll go into executive session. So it's already been continued once.
So what I was saying is I think that we should provide guidance and approve it with a lot of conditions.
Mhm.
And we can decide whatever is right for this,
Mhm.
right? I mean, the water table, I don't mind where it's located, but needs to project at least, like the staff report says, 1.5 inches. They cannot go actually thicker than 1.5 inches, right, with regular stucco. Then if you lower the water table, then the banding around the window, we should project at least 5/8 of an inch beyond the finished stucco. We'll have to have a seal, which if we maintain the water table where it is, the banding can stop at the water table. So that is one, or more than one. No lowy glass in the front facade, so I don't know why they are showing lowy glass, so that should be another condition. The applique should be a stone applique, right? They can choose something similar to that, but should be stone. The column should have, they said, stucco columns. Is that okay? Is that what we want? They should have a capital and a base as shown, pretty much. We can give them directions. Entry door, I don't know if it's a wood door, should be a wood door, right? Those are my comments. I don't know if you are in agreement, but somebody wants to add anything?
I think the odds of getting the detail right, if those piers are made out of wood instead of like drawn stucco, are much more likely. So I would be in favor of the material of it being wood, just so that the detailing is better. I could go either way with the water table being lowered and having like the traditional sill, or it dying into it. And I know that you understood my line of questioning about how that terminates, and making sure that if it terminates the way that it's drawn, that the water table projects further than the casing itself, and that, that casing is meant to mimic for historic structures like what a typical wood like piece would be. So I don't think that for this project, like a 6-inch wide is appropriate. I think we're looking more at like a 4-inch. Again, just to relate back to like these more traditional proportions of this kind of like scale of building. And when you were talking about it being stone, were you talking about the medallion element? I could see it being stone or stucco. I just want it to feel like it's white, more like the Ross style of homes that had like that vent detail, and not like an applied Mediterranean element, because that's not fitting for the property. And then one of the other things, you hit on a lot of mine, also just the arch panel and the door itself, I don't feel is appropriate for the style. And I had traditional cap and base for those piers as well on mine, which you hit on.
I don't know, if we all feel comfortable, we can give those directions, if the staff can coordinate that with the applicant, or if we don't feel comfortable, it needs to come back. But they already came back twice.
How strongly do you feel about the water table? I feel like it's high.
I'm sorry?
I said I feel like it's high.
My initial reaction was it was high too, and when I read the staff memo, I thought that they were implying that it's lower too. Like, I think the neighboring, the sister structure, I think they have one that's lower. I thought the columns should probably be studied in their proportion and the more traditional base. And I was gonna ask Kristen if that's what, because I think you wanted them to explore that in January. And I don't know if you like the height being the same height as the sill seemed kind of not
No, I
appropriate.
still feel like that detailing isn't correct.
Then let them come back. They already heard our comments, let them come back.
Yeah. I mean, I think because, for instance, that, right, we gave that direction last time about the traditional cap and base, and that's not what this is. And it's such a simple house that I do think that the detailing is important for it. But, I mean, I would like to see it continued, but my hope would be that they can take these things that we've noted, and it could be on a consent case, you know, if it's, and then we don't have to like go through the hearing again, but then it gives us a chance to make sure that the detailing is actually appropriate. That's just how I feel.
I think the answers that we were given to your questions were not clear. So it makes it's not only is it a laundry list of conditions for approval, but I feel like the applicant doesn't have clarity on what is being proposed.
Okay, I'll make a motion to continue it, but do we need to run back through the items? Do we need to run back through the items that we'd like to see changed, just for clarity?
I will prefer, yes, for
Okay.
clarity, if you can give
All
us a
right.
list of things that we need to work with.
Okay, and Gabe, if I miss anything, fill in for me, please. Okay, so we still need to see the piers restudied. We need to see a traditional cap and base on those. We prefer them in wood, so that the scale and the detailing is correct in construction. I'd like to see a 4-inch raised stucco band around the window that terminates in a traditional sill, which can also be stucco. Lower the water table, and we do want it to be a water table that projects at least 1.5 inches. Remove the arch panel and the door. Gabe, you said you wanted that door to be wood?
Yeah, probably, right?
Explore the front door being wood. It's standard that there's no e-glass that's allowed on the front street-facing elevation. And then what did I miss?
The applicant.
The medallion that's on the front, we'd like more clarity as to what's being proposed there, and we would like to see it out of stone or stucco. Anything else?
April 22nd.
Second.
April 22nd.
April 22nd. Okay. I move to continue case number 24-112 to the April 22nd Historic Preservation Board meeting.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll see you next month. Our next case is 25-01, 335 Freeman Drive.
Which one they want to do?
First file, yes, please.
Hi, good evening. Taylor Smith, architect with Smith Kellogg Architecture. I'm presenting on behalf of the owner of 335 Grayman Drive, a contributing historic structure in the Southland Park Historic District. There was a fire in this house prior to the client purchasing the property, and tonight we're presenting additions and alterations to the existing contributing structure in order to repair the fire-damaged interior, to restore areas of deferred maintenance, and to accommodate the needs of the current owner. The subject property is located at the west boundary of the Southland Park neighborhood with an alley, Tropical Cleaners building, and Dixie Highway immediately adjacent to the west. To the east at 327 Grayman, there is a one-story primary structure with the rear two-story accessory structure. To the north is a two-story accessory apartment and a two-story primary structure at 332 Greenwood Drive, and a two-story residence to the east of that at 330 Greenwood. The streetscape of the 300 block of Grayman Drive is characterized by a combination of one and two-story structures. Pictured here is the subject property. The existing contributing residence is a one-story framed vernacular cottage built in 1948. Changes have been made over time, including replacement of the windows, siding, and roof. So photos of the side, east facade, and later rear additions. Photos of the rear north facade additions, and the west facade facing the alley. The site plan on the left shows the existing structure on the subject property. The original 1948 contributing structure at the front will remain and will be restored. We're proposing to demolish the later rear additions and to construct a new one-story hyphen to connect to a proposed two-story addition to the rear. The addition is pushed towards the rear of the site to minimize its impact on the Grayman Drive streetscape. To separate the volume of the new addition from the original structure, the front setback to the two-story addition is greater than 68 feet. The addition is also turned parallel to the length of the property to provide usable space on the narrow lot and to allow for the envelope of the historic structure in the front to be prioritized and to remain clearly legible. We're also proposing a small one-story accessory structure near the northwest corner of the property here. The materials removal plan shows the removal of the later rear additions here, and full window replacement and interior reconfiguration. The proposed floor plan showing the contributing structure in the front and the proposed additions to the rear. We're proposing to add trellises at the front and rear of the contributing structure, and these elements are easily removed in the future. The existing and proposed street elevation on the left and rear elevation on the right. The contributing structure will be restored with wood siding to be replaced as needed and in kind to the original design. And here's the proposed small wood entry trellis. At the rear addition, we're balancing references to the character-defining features of the contributing structure while also differentiating the addition from the original house. We're repeating the original scalloped gable detail and horizontal siding at the second floor of the addition. From the east elevation, you can see the procession from the historic structure in the front to the one-story connection up to the stair element, and then ultimately the two-story addition to the rear. The scalloped wood siding detail is repeated at the stair element as well. 6/6 single-hung aluminum windows are proposed in reference to the fenestration at the original structure. Similarly, the west elevation facing the alley, and these are elevations of the proposed accessory structure. The proposed ceiling heights at the first floor range from a modest 8 feet 0 inches finished to 8 foot 6 inches, and the proposed second floor ceiling height is 8 feet 0 inches finished. This is a rendered view of the South Street facade, and I'd like to talk briefly about the proposed roof material as it pertains to one of the recommended conditions for approval in the staff report. The original roof material was likely an asbestos shingle, and we had originally proposed for this project to have a composite shake roof as pictured in the rendering. The board recently approved composite shake roofs at similar time period frame vernacular homes in Prospect Park and El Cid, where we had at the time followed Frederick Mittner's recommendations to use a composite shake as a suitable replacement in terms of weight, profile, and general appearance, where the original roofing material, which was likely asbestos tile, was no longer an option. Looking now at the currently proposed design, during staff review for this project, Mr. Borngraber recommended a diamond pattern metal shingle roof in an anodized mill finish. Our presentation and this rendering have been revised according to Mr. Borngraber's recommendation. However, the owner is amenable to whichever option the board prefers. And then lastly, regarding the second condition for approval in the staff report, we have no objection to using wood siding at the one-story portion of the proposed addition, which is reflected in the presentation as well. And that concludes my presentation. Thanks.
Questions of the applicant?
I've got a question for you. As stated, fire happened in the property. Is the home compromised in any way? I mean, are we talking significant damage, or is it salvageable?
I personally don't know much about the extent of the fire. I think it was contained to the interior of the house. So there, in general, the existing structure is in disrepair, as I'm sure you could tell by the existing photographs. That's something that we will have to further explore as demolition takes place, which would not occur till after these approvals are in place.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. The accessory structure that's in the back that you're proposing, that's not for vehicular storage, is it?
No, it's not intended for vehicular storage.
Right.
The idea is kind of a nod to the rear garage, one-car garage that you would find in in these neighborhoods.
Yep.
But currently there's only one on-site parking spot, and it's under the carport in the back here under this flat roof. Since we're abutting the commercial corridor, the homeowner would like to be able to accommodate parking on site, which is why we're proposing a circular drive in the front where we can park at minimum 2 cars and maybe 3.
Right, yeah. I imagine being adjacent to a discordant use, a commercial boulevard, you probably have a scarcity of parking, and that's kind of a smart move to provide it. I'm not sure the width of the parcel could accommodate the 2 curb cuts. I think it's out of character. And you are proposing to retain the existing shade tree in the front yard on the west side? It was in your rendering, but I don't see it called out in the plans.
I don't think that shade tree is
Salvageable?
there.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
I don't think it's there.
Okay. Your rendering showed a tree. Okay.
There was a tree.
There
at
is
one
a tree,
point. There's
yes.
no longer a tree.
It's gone. Okay. And are you proposing something more durable than just the hedge to separate the commercial use to the west? Is there a fence somewhere in there? It's probably advisable.
Site plan, sorry. Yes, there would be.
There will be. Okay.
A fence, let me just. Here. So we're proposing a
wall.
6-foot concrete site wall,
Okay, that's smart.
which would be on the property line,
Yep.
westward of the hedge.
What is the existing material for the roof?
The currently existing material is an asphalt shingle.
Okay.
We think that the original was likely asbestos tile, which has more dimension to it than the asphalt shingle, which goes back to our deliberation between the two options. Now, like I mentioned, at similar time period houses, what we were doing with Frederick Mittner was using the composite cedar shake, which kind of has that definition to it that the asbestos tile would have had. I think with the metal shingles, Mr. Borngraber was thinking that was a nod to the diamond pattern asbestos tile, but it's at that point it's conjecture because we don't have original photographs and we don't have photographs of the original material of the roof.
So your preference is what you are really proposing, and you think that is the best solution, right?
My professional preference is the composite shake because we've seen it installed in Prospect Park. I think it's successful. I've seen it installed in the town of Palm Beach. It's a known material to us. We have not specified the aluminum diamond roof shingles before, and I don't know of any examples in this neighborhood of this product. So I would prefer to use the composite shakes. But again, the homeowner does not have a preference one way or the other.
I understand.
So,
thank you.
but I'm happy to defer that decision to you all to give us direction on it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was along the same lines of what I was going to ask. Are there any examples of other houses in this neighborhood that have a metal roof? I know that in Grandview Heights, you might see them, but I can't think of any offhand in this neighborhood.
Yeah, and my thought for a 1940s home would be if it did have a metal roof, or if you had a metal roof on a house from that time period, it would probably be a tin roof with whatever the V-crimp connections. I feel like what was recommended is a little experimental, and I'm just worried it's going to look like fish scales, that's all. Could be nice, though. I'm just not sure. Haven't seen it in person.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
The applicant did a very good job explaining the project, so I'm not gonna go over it. So I'm gonna go straight to the project as proposed complies with all the zoning and land development regulations. We did a cursory review and meet the setbacks, the FAR, and all the requirements for that, with the addition of the main structure and also the accessory structure. So we're good with that. Then regarding the roof, that it seems is the main item of review. As it was explained, the original design was the composite wood cedar. Staff recommended to do the metal with some specifications for the colors of the metal diamond. And Aaron was the one who reviewed this and recommended this. He specifically says it was a little experimental. He used that word. So, but he thought it was appropriate for this and closer to the original what is thought to be the original material of the roof. So that's why he was proposing that one. Based on that, staff recommends approval with conditions based on the finding that the application meets the standards for the Secretary of Interior's for rehabilitation and also the additional criteria for design. The two conditions added, recommended by staff, is regarding the color of the metal shingles, and it basically gives the applicant some options for the selection of the colors. And then the only other additional condition is that the one-story addition shall have wood siding to match the original portion of the house and the previously existing one-story addition. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
Does the city's Public Works Department review the permits for the curb cuts, for new curb cuts?
The engineering department will do. So, I mean, I saw your comment. The maximum allowed width of a curb cut is 20 feet for a property of this. So they could split it into 10 and 10 if they want.
Would you be more open to it if it wasn't a full circle drive? Like, I have seen, I can't remember a number of years ago, I want to say it's on Monceau, but or around there, Navarro Williams did just like a similar scale house, just 2 parking pads.
Yeah.
And it was fully landscaped with some nice like steps going up to the house. I feel like the off-putting part is the connector between the 2 spots.
Yeah.
And if I may clarify.
I see a semicircular curb cut on the opposite street, so it wouldn't be that out of character, and I understand the need to provide on-street parking, and considering the property, the district to the west is, you know, heavy intensity commercial, I'm relatively fine now with the driveway configuration.
They still, just to make a note, they still need to comply with the maximum percentages of hardscape on the front yard. So those calculations need to be done and get in compliance. It's 75% maximum has to be hardscape. There's some variations if they do permeable pavers and other materials that could be a combination and could reduce that, but has some regulations for it also.
Okay. Any further questions? Thank you. Do you have any public comment on this project? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session.
I strongly prefer the original roof.
Agreed.
Yeah, I was going to say that I agree, and I am in favor of the project as presented, because I think that this has an interest, is very well designed, and I don't think that we need to add siding in an area where really doesn't need it, and it gives more interest to the project.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't talk about the architecture because I thought it was actually pretty spot on. And I guess I don't really mind the metal roof, but I guess I would prefer the composite, the shake, like I think Peggy mentioned.
I thought you did a really great job differentiating the new construction from the old, and I love that you kept the scallops. I'm worried that it is going to look like a fish when you start adding in the metal tiles. It really will. I'm all for the composite.
And I think, I don't know, I'm thinking how many other projects we've seen a hyphen to add a 2-story addition. I can only think of that one other one, I think is also in Grandview Heights. I think we had them come back, but I think it's a good way to address a need to add a 2-story addition to a 1-story house without really destroying the experience on the streetscape. Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll do a motion. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 25-01 on 335 Greymont Drive for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of the, oh, this is not new construction, right? This is alterations, right? So, yeah. I'm gonna start again. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 25-01 on 335 Greymont Drive for additional alteration ad valorem pre-construction in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zone and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Project approved. Thank you. Our next case is 25-02, 426 36th Street.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Russell Rosicki, architect. We're here with a few more reinforcements with reference to the relocation of the historic home to show about the efficacy of its relocation and how it will be performed. I do have a pretty detailed PowerPoint presentation, and I'll just bring you through it really quickly, only because I know some members didn't get to see it last time. So here's the existing lot. It's 175 feet by 119.97 feet. It's all one contiguous lot with what I would call a Spanish eclectic mission with an interesting dome over the main entry at the front. It's situated almost center in this property. We have a former application just for reference with respect to the splitting of the lot, which is our request this evening, and to relocate the historic home to the west. So previously we requested 65 feet and 110 feet. We now have a new request or an updated request based on one of the members' comments with respect to providing more space for the historic property. We're in agreement with that, and we have spoken to our client. She also had agreed. We have this median, which is pre-existing. The city engineering department confirmed that they are going to rebuild this median. It essentially follows the same shape or similar shape and perimeter of where it is today. There is no possibility to remove this median, which was another question from the board. So with the updates of 75 feet and 100 feet in this PowerPoint presentation, basically we're showing that the 75-foot wide lot as of right has 3,600 square feet that it can be developed to on a 75-foot wide lot here. And the 100-foot wide lot has the FAR as of right as 4799. We also recognize that the board has special exceptions to increase if granted by the board at your discretion for future development. And these numbers are highlighted if they'd like to be referenced later. At the bottom left here, I just want to bring the attention to the engineering department's requirements for driveway aprons with the flare. You require basically an additional 10 feet beyond the driveway width in order to accomplish the engineering department's flare requirement. We have the required dimension highlighted here where my cursor is. It shows 25 feet, and also another engineering department requirement to be kept from a median. Showing in this description or in this drawing is the 10-foot flare with the allowable dimension maximum for a driveway cut for off-street parking requirements, which helped us to decide the lot width that we're requesting based on the relocation of the historic home. But I do want to just state the obvious that our request tonight is not for splitting lots. It's actually to relocate the historic home, right? Because we're not presenting for this new property to be split at this time. It is simply for the relocation, but I want to give the board a better understanding what our future goals are for the future development and the reasoning for relocating this historic home. This is indication from the engineering department on how they plan to rebuild that median, which is captured here. The property lot line is somewhere here. We decided to do a little more research based on some feedback we received from the board last month, and we have this pink color representing other lots that are in the neighborhood with 150 to 175 foot lot width. So we can admit that that's rather rare, and it's more common in our case for our request to have 100-foot wide lot width, as indicated with the yellow highlight. There is multiple properties in this district that show that dimension. The green highlight is respective of what we are requesting to relocate the historic home to in terms of its size. Previously, we showed 65 feet. We've updated our application to allocate the historic home to a 75-foot wide property. As you can see highlighted in green, there's multiple properties of that dimension. And then what we all understand the most common property width is 50 feet wide in this neighborhood. We have the existing plans, the comparison of existing versus proposed. And just a reminder for the board, we are proposing to demolish this roof over patio that is not original to the home. We have a proposed foundation, which is a slab on grade. The majority of this existing home is on a slab on grade. I say the majority because there's a portion of the home which does have a crawl space to the east side, this being the west side, and looking at that kind of structure that was added on that's falling apart. Pictures of the back of the home. It's in a dilapidated state currently. What I can say with confidence is the contractor is here to also mention the same, but they're planning on reinforcing and sistering studs and securing existing stucco to new studs adjacent to old studs, and so that they can do that work before it can go through the relocation process. So it's going to be stabilized, restructured, reinforced in that sense, but we all think it's possible to maintain a lot of the stucco since we're going to resecure it to new studs before it gets relocated. Here's some indications showing that roof over patio that's not original is added and kind of conflicts with some of the architectural details which were original to the home. And you can see obviously it's rotting and falling apart. Someone came around and spray textured the whole house and gutters, as you can see here, which just shows that obviously the structure has a similar texture to it, but that's only because it was spray applied afterwards. And then there was a request to document whether the tile was original to the home. I don't believe this tile to be original to the home, just based on where I see it and kind of the conditions of how the stucco bellows out around it. Someone cut the tile for the stucco, which in this case wouldn't have been swelled up at its base when it was made original. And then here's some interior photographs. What's beautiful about this home is in sense of relocation is that the structure, call it 4 feet from the floor, is in pretty good shape. And I say that in terms of the studs and the framing, and that's why I took these pictures to show that. And the decking over the roof, that's actually all the good structure here. A lot of what's rotting and falling apart is everything from 4 feet and down. Jameson Browning is actually joining us tonight to speak on the efficacy of relocation, but I'll just finish up this PowerPoint real quick before we invite him to speak. Here's a reference shop that they've performed the work of in Delray Beach. I don't know if this video will work here, but basically this home is on rollers and it kind of shifts as you make your way across. As they move this home across this lot, and you can see kind of an up-close image of those rollers there. And then I'll just let Walter speak on the conditions in the staff report.
Okay, briefly, I'm just going to flash this. You will see this slide on the staff presentation. There were some points raised as to the basis for denial for relocating a historic structure, and the board basically had chosen 2 of them that they had, I guess, questioned, which was, are we able to relocate the structure without a substantial loss, or if we are able to relocate the structure without significant damage to its physical integrity. So we have both the contractor and the subcontractor responsible for relocating the structure. If you gentlemen wouldn't mind stepping up quickly just to introduce yourselves, maybe a brief qualification or experience so the board has a little more confidence.
Hello, I'm George with Biltmore Contracting, and we've got Jameson Browning with Browning Structures.
Good evening. Jameson Browning. I own Browning Structural Movers, 4th generation house mover. On the process.
Yeah, give the background on this one in West Palm.
This property was on 3120 Washington. We relocated that one first part of last year. Different type of construction. This was a CMU structure, but this one had its difficulties as well. Large project. I'm sure everybody up here is familiar with it. Relocated that one 15 or 20 feet towards Washington Road, rotated it to square it up to the property lines. The property in question on 36, that's a wood frame stucco. It's going to be done in a very similar fashion. It's all done with hydraulic push rams, very slow process. We don't get in a rush doing these. So we take our time with them and make sure it's done properly.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
For the home mover, have you moved historic homes before? Like a wood frame historic home that's in this condition?
That's probably about 80 to 90% of my business. I got them up. I got quite a few of them up in Delray. I think we did 6 of them in the city of Delray for the Sunday Village project. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. It's right in downtown. I got to go do a few of them down in Key West. We do them all over the place.
Okay.
I do a lot on Palm Beach. A lot of structures, clay tile, frame, all very similar.
Okay. One of the comments I think we made last time was that we were hoping to see kind of almost like a phasing plan, for lack of a better term, of how you would support the structure itself through the process to make sure that the integrity was maintained.
Okay, you guys want, you're wanting like a
Like,
engineered set of
yeah, if you
plans?
could walk us through, like, what you're gonna do specifically to make sure that, for example, like the chimney or something, or some of the unique details don't, or are they gonna be rebuilt? Like, how are you gonna make sure that that doesn't just go away?
Well, they're gonna reinforce the stucco. They're gonna put sister and new studs. There's a lot of termite rot down on the bottom and kind of coming up to the 4-foot height, like they said. So when they sister in the new studs, they're gonna have to penetrate the perimeter stucco because there's no lath on that stucco. I mean, the right thing to do would probably be is to remove the majority of the stucco on the structure, so then the building can be waterproofed properly, and then apply the stucco, do a proper paperback lath.
So is that the plan?
It's all dependent on y'all's approval, but that would be my recommendation, but I'm just a mover on it. It would definitely ensure the life of the structure, Save the architectural features. You got the columns, I don't know how to word it.
Right, exactly.
But save, that stuff can be salvaged, very easy, but for the majority of it, I would say remove that stucco. We relocate the frame structure itself, the sheeting, sub-sheeting behind it, keep the dome and the arches, all that goes, all the architectural stuff. But
Would be
the
moved up.
majority of the walls, I'd say go.
We have a condition that we have to keep minimum 51% of the stucco, so the question would be, you would need to profess that you can do that.
Oh, yeah,
for
without
this
a doubt.
relocation.
Yeah, we can relocate the structure with all the stucco intact. That's not a problem. I'm just giving my
What you think is the
professional
best,
opinion,
yeah.
But, and if we have to keep 50% of the stucco, that's not a problem. We keep, the bottom portion definitely needs to come away, maybe a foot. But, at that point, you're talking keeping 90% of the stucco.
Would you mind just describing real quick how you would, since it's a slab on grade, it makes this home unique that it's wood frame slab on grade primarily. How would you lift it up and move it on rollers successfully to move it 29 feet?
What we do is we come in and attach a C-channel ledger board or ledger steel all the way around the perimeter of the structure, interior walls. Then we erect a steel I-beam platform like you saw on the
In
other
picture,
one, and hydraulically lift it up, install the rollers that were on that picture, and like I said, we just push it over hydraulically, nice and slow and easy.
Have you been out to this site and seen this house in person?
Several times, yep. It's nothing I haven't seen before. We've definitely done a lot worse, or moved a lot worse off structures.
I'm very confident in Brownie's ability to do this. They're the best around. Just to make the board feel better about that. Just know there will be quite a few penetrations through the stucco. They'll be able to save at least 50%, but we should take into consideration that it's not the right thing to do. Would be to remove it all. I know we want to save at least 50%, but just something to think about.
Any further questions? Thank you.
No additional information was provided to staff previous to the meeting, so staff has not conducted any additional review.
Okay. Any questions of staff?
The memo in our package shows it's the prior memo,
Yeah, it's the previous staff report.
so it hasn't been updated.
Yeah.
but-
Any further questions of staff? Any public comment on this item? Yes, sir.
Hi, John Sickler, again for the record. This is the item I actually came for. I'm the adjacent neighbor at 436 36th Street. just to the west side, where the structure would be moved closer to. No objection to that, standing on its own. I do share a lot of the board concerns about the moving of the structure and the necessity of moving it without placing risk on it being preserved or preserving the historic resource. I think it's been noted, or it wasn't really noted specifically, but there seems to be pretty aggressive gutting that has occurred. I would agree with the board member that Browning is certainly one of the most qualified I'm aware of in the area. So that does give me some level of comfort. Really just wanted to, I'm not sure of your process, if the building official or their staff does any type of inspections to confirm the condition of the home and its ability to be removed, or what kind of surety that the city gets to ensure performance of the activities, not just moving the structure, but also completing the renovation, because I don't think we'd want to see this house moved and sit there. The property sat there for quite some time vacant already, without much attention. Some of the finer, so just, I guess I'm, kind of challenging you and not understanding the process of surety, if there's a performance bond or anything else that guarantees the work will be performed satisfactory, in order to confirm that criteria 4 will be met, that the resource, that the resource essentially can be moved without significant damage to its physical integrity. Just a couple other details. It would be my preference, and I would encourage looking at this in context with the other applications that are coming forward related to this, for the certificate of appropriateness, for the renovation of the structure, and maybe to a lesser extent what's going to happen on the remainder of the property. Because this property is one of the most prominent properties in Northborough Park. It's, if not the largest lot, it is, as shown in the detail, one of the largest lots. I believe it is the largest. The dome is a very unique feature amongst a much larger context of Northwood. And I'm happy to see it being renovated, so there's just not to be any confusion with that. As it relates to some of the details related to alleys and, the driveways, this may be on the upcoming applications, but we do have pretty decent alley that is afforded to this property. I would note that 36th Street is a collector roadway. It's quite busy. It will continue to get much, much more busy with the aggressive development that's being approved on North Flagler, that has been approved and continues to be approved. So I think exercising the benefit of the alleys would be important, and maybe discouraging or requiring there not be front load access. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate your work.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Would you like a rebuttal?
I just want to speak to the future development and interest of my client, with knowledge that she does specifically want to have detached structures for the purposes of access from the alley. She also does have an interest of having a driveway on 36th Street, which is also common to all properties on this street that I've seen. So for both the historic home lot, 75-foot width, will have a detached structure with a garage from the alley. And for her intentions for the development of the 100-foot wide lot, it will also have a detached structure with a garage accessed from the alley. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go into executive session.
So we talked last month about, would it be possible to do a surety? And I believe the city attorney said we don't do it on homes, but I wonder if we could request that the owner, if they would be willing to do some kind of bond to say that they will in fact complete the renovations and make every possible effort to make sure that the home remains intact. Can we do that?
I think that's a legal question.
Yeah.
But there is a project that I'm remembering, and I know that our projects aren't precedent setting. I I think our chairwoman is the only other board member who was here when this case came before, but it was on Pilgrim Road at the end of it.
I'm thinking of the same case.
Okay, so for everyone else who wasn't here a decade ago, at the end of Pilgrim Road in the Bel Air Historic District, which is in the middle of Soso, there was a historic house. It's the only one that I can think of that's so similar to this case, but there was a historic house that was in disrepair. It was shifted over to the side. And I think at the time we had talked about kind of the morality or whatever you would call it of relocating the structure, kind of pushing it to the side, so that the house that fronts the water along Flagler could build an accessory structure in part where this historic structure was sitting. And that historic structure was fully rehabilitated, and I think it was eventually put on the market. And I too am wondering, like, what were the assurances that were made, like how, because that was conveyed to us that that was part of it, that this dilapidated structure would be rehabilitated. I mean, it was in really bad shape, and it was one of the oldest homes in West Palm Beach. And I don't remember any of the kind of background to that. I also remember, like, once it was moved,
Was it moved? I don't know if
I think it was shifted over.
I thought he wanted to move it off to another site.
Originally he
to
did.
Lake Worth.
He did, and then he worked with Frederic, and I thought it just shifted over.
I thought it was restored in place.
Okay, we remember it differently.
Yeah.
So
I'm
we
not
don't know what
sure.
happened.
My only recollection of us approving properties to be relocated within the same site is those that are under threat from sea level rise.
Right.
And this is not the case here. This is not in a flood zone.
I mean, we know that the structure will be in worse condition once it's moved than it is now, and I think that's...
And there's no reason for it except for the lot split, is what was just presented.
I feel like the last month, though, I believe that the staff's memo had basically been that we didn't have sort of a reason to deny it, like grounds to deny it. I can't recall, but I feel like there was something along those lines, because I think we did talk about it. But Kristen, something you said was interesting. I wonder if, you know how before they'll approve demolition of a property, you have to have approved plans for the next structure that's going to be going up? I wonder if we could say, put some contingency on the approval of being allowed to move the structure after plans have been approved for the restoration of it.
Yeah, and I think it's a legal question. Like, if we can interpret it that way. I don't know.
Is someone here from the city attorney's office?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so used to someone being over here. Hi, how are you? Good.
The question is, right now, building code is such that you, in general, can't demolish a structure without having approved plans for the next, what's going to replace it, the next structure. Wondering if we could, if we choose to agree to allow the relocation of this building, but it being contingent on them submitting plans for approval for its renovation and restoration. In other words, we're not going to just allow the relocation until we're comfortable that it's going to be restored properly and not just moved and let to rot.
And would that be in the form of some sort of agreement between the city and the person who's relocated?
It could, whatever you would suggest would be appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, language can be formulated to satisfy that condition in such an agreement, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to change the subject to what you said earlier about staff saying that the board has no means to not approve.
There was some kind of
proposal.
conversation about that, I believe.
There are certain standards in section 9449 4C 4C for the relocation, and it's basically standards that says the existence of one or more of the following conditions may be the basis for denial of the relocation application. And when we review it, we didn't find any of those as a basis for denial. That I think is what you were making reference.
And what about following the Secretary of Interior standards? Which states the historic character of a property will be retained and preserved. The removal of distinctive materials or alteration of features, spaces, and spatial relationships that characterize a property will be avoided. Because that's also in the ordinance, right? That we're to follow
Yeah,
the Secretary of Interior standards.
Correct. I mean, we base our staff report on the specific standards for the relocation. But you're correct. I mean, the Secretary of Interior standards is still apply to it. But.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? I wasn't here last week or last month. If the goal is to relocate and subdivide the lot, what I just can't wrap my head around is I'm looking at the lot and you want to take 100 feet and relocate it and move it over 75 feet to have the exact same outcome that's there right now. Seems like a lot of work for the same outcome, just switching it over. And you guys are pros. You can move that house. I've seen it. You guys do really, really well. It just seems to be a lot of work for the exact same outcome as you're flipping it and still changing the lot boundaries anyway for a still 175. Am I crazy, or are we just talking about the same thing?
I think, Anna Maria, is there room for a lot split with the building as it is? Would they need too many variances? What's driving this?
No, they could split it. I mean, if you see what is on the screen, they could have a smaller lot size on the vacant property and do this probably is 50, and then have the larger lots where the historic structure exists.
I think the issue, as I recall, was maybe the median or something, that there was no access that they could have if they didn't move the house over from the street.
Yeah, you're correct. Their argument is that if they leave that smaller lot, they could not have a driveway from 36. But
there's an alley
there's
behind.
an alley, yes.
So it doesn't hold water.
Is not required to access the property. Yeah, you have a driveway on the back.
I think when we have seen properties relocated, which was interesting, the one that was given as an example, because we saw what happened with that project when that was picked up and relocated. They then demolished almost the whole building. So we know that that's a probability if this building is relocated. And so we're putting it at risk for the gain of just a larger lot for resale. And I don't think that aligns with what this board is tasked with doing. So I'm opposed to this proposal, and I think I voiced that when you came in with the demolition of the accessory structure. So even though I wasn't here at the last meeting, I did make that clear that I was against a proposal of relocating this building for really no reason than profit.
Mm-hmm. Does legal feel that we're fine with the Secretary of Interior definition as our defense for if we choose to deny it?
I do think that you can use the Secretary of Interior definition as a basis.
Can we ask a follow-up question? I feel like last month there was discussion about using that alleyway, and there was some reason that that wasn't possible as a form of access to the property.
Say that again, sorry. Can you repeat?
She's asking you to repeat the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear her. Was there a basis last month that they couldn't use that alleyway to access the property legally?
I actually wasn't here last month, so Melissa Anderson was the one who might have addressed that
Is there anything
question.
that you could think of, like, is there any, in other words, rescue vehicles or fire, is there any, like, anything that you can think of that would prohibit them from using that alley for access?
And nothing comes to mind, but I could find out if this was something that was considered by legal, and I can get back to you.
I mean, I think Amanda's point is well taken. If they can access it from the other direction, then I don't feel like we're really putting an unfair burden on them by saying that the property should stay as it is. They can just move the line over a little.
Did you want to weigh in?
Yes. So I remember the previous month's presentation, and I appreciate the applicant's analysis of the lot sizes, because I think I'm the guilty commissioner that brought up kind of my questioning the necessity of relocating a structure that may or may not survive it. I'm very familiar with the Browning Company from their work in Miami Beach. I said that. Wood frame, 1-story, piece of cake, structure on a slab, a little bit more difficult, but I'm confident it can be done. I question the need for it, which I had a strong aversion to a strong aversion to the subsequent what then. Relocating the structure 39 feet to allow for a new, larger parcel that to me would contribute by pure zoning math a new infill development that is out of scale and character with the streetscape. The Northwood Addition subdivision has been platted historically with 50-foot wide lots, and dividing the lot line as you see on the screen now would allow for a new infill project to be built on 55 to 65-foot width lot, leave the structure in its place, and have ample room to propose a new addition to the existing structure. So I appreciate the applicant going back and talking with the ownership and adjusting their plan to come up with a more equitable division of land. I still question the necessity for moving it when the resulting parcel will contribute, in my opinion, to a future structure that's out of scale with the existing streetscape.
I don't know if I'm allowed to speak, but I am an attorney for the client, and I'm here if I'm able to.
Thank you. We're in executive session. Any further discussion? Would someone like to make a motion? Oh, do you want to make it? Here you go. I was going to say, I'll pass the gavel if I need to.
As for the evidence of the median and the reconstruction of the median, I'd just like to go on record that I think it's a sad state of affair that we have engineers designing the urban fabric of our cities and towns. That said, this reconstructed median, you are going to be getting 90% of it, as opposed to the other property to the east. If it's going to be reconstructed, it would seem to me to be a little bit more equitable. I know that they have an existing driveway. The evidence showed the 20-foot wide driveway as a matter of right, that's what the maximum driveway is allowed. But the fact that they're on an alley, I just begs the question, then just provide alley access. I don't know, I can't find justification for granting the relocation.
Does anybody want to make the motion? I need that back if you want me to do it.
I think that the board doesn't have really reasons. We act as, by facts, and unless we want to know the whole project, right? That is the only thing that I can think of, that they can come back with the whole project and we can evaluate the relocation of the house based on the entire project. That is the only information that we don't have.
I agree.
We accepted a lot of relocations everywhere in the city.
You're saying we have
We
accepted?
have accepted relocations, and people used to relocate.
So what examples do you have in mind of the relocations? Because I'm thinking of properties that were not designated, that have been in the downtown area, that were relocated and designated once they arrived in the Northwest Historic District. And then we have the ones on Washington Road where there was a sea level rise issue that have been moved forward on the lots. Where else?
I think that we approved in the last 8 years that I am here several cases, but I don't remember exactly if they were historic or not. Now that you are saying that, I am not sure.
Okay.
But are you saying that, that in other words, to give them the option in other words, what we're saying is we don't see a reason to allow it. And what you're saying is come with plans of what you would do that would give some kind of justification that.
Right, you are saying we don't see a reason why to allow the relocation, and I don't see a reason why to not allow, right? To negate the relocation. Because the only thing that I hear today that makes a little bit of sense is standard number 2 in the Secretary of Interior standards. That is the only thing that
I think you could add standard number 3. Changes that create a false sense of historical development. I mean, it's talking about conjectural features or elements, but I mean, I think Mr. Murphy made a good point that it will create a lot size that is out of character with the development of the district.
Yeah. If you wanted to go to the criteria for the basis of denial, the first one is the historic character or aesthetic interest of the resource contributes to its present setting in such a way that the relocation would result in a substantial loss to the setting or district. No.
Yeah, could be.
Mr. Murphy, where are the basis of denial? I'm trying to find it in the packet.
Well, I'm reading the staff memo, but it's section 9449 in the town code.
Thank you.
Are we able to do a continuance to get a little more clarity from legal to make sure that we are appropriately applying it, and also to make sure that there isn't anything that prohibits them from using that alleyway. Have we ever done anything like that?
I just don't know if that would influence whether, I'm not sure if that's relevant. I don't know, in my opinion, I don't know. I don't think that's relevant to the relocation, because they can use the property as it is right now.
Yeah, good point.
I have a question for staff. Going by the survey that's on the screen, what is the largest parcel that they could get where the pool is without relocating the structure?
I mean, it will be, the side setback will have to be
5
5
feet?
feet.
5 feet, because the sum of the sides is ample.
Yeah, 5 feet, so if you measure, like, I don't know.
Like 80 feet. 80, I think it's about 80, maybe 90.
This is, right now it's 84. So, but it has that little feature in there, and we'll need 5 feet from that element. So it's probably, it will be, I mean, you see the dashed lines are probably the original platted lines. So it'll be 100-foot wide lot. And then 75, the one where the pool is.
And if they were to withdraw the application and go for conference with you to do a lot split, and the lot split would be the 75-foot parcel where the pool is and the retention, not relocation, would we see anything except the future infill and potential COA for the restoration?
Yeah, you will not see the lot split or the minor subdivision. That will not come to the historic board. You will see the COA for the renovation of the historic structure and the new construction on the new lot.
Because I feel keeping along those platted lot lines is important to the fabric of the street. That's just my
agree.
opinion.
If you do look at the alley, to the left of the pump house, there is actually a driveway. It's right here.
Yeah. Okay. This is not the type of motion that I think I've ever made before, so I will try to make it to the best of my ability. I move that the Historic Preservation Board deny application 25-02 for relocation. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the staff report that competent substantial evidence for the need of this has not been met. Specifically, the basis for denial being the historic, it was number 1, wasn't it? The historic character and aesthetic interest of the resource contributes to its present setting in such a manner that the relocation would result in substantial loss to the setting or district, as well as the Secretariat for Interior Standards for Rehabilitation Standards 2, 3, and 6.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Would you like to state your reason for the record?
My name?
No, your reason.
Yeah, I am not convinced that we have the tools to deny it, but that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
May I make a statement on the record?
Sure.
I believe that the competent substantial evidence is supposed to be presented by the board for denial. We feel like we addressed the issues about the move, and obviously this is disappointing. But also, our intention is to preserve and enhance the neighborhood, both through the move of the site, which I think is our client's right to do, and I don't think that it runs up against the standards that you mentioned. Also, I think to go through the effort to move the house, we would not agree to a surety unless it was required, but also we wouldn't go through the effort if we didn't actually want to preserve it and enhance the neighborhood. So I think we will come back. Also, I think you got off track on the intention of tonight, which was just to look at the relocation. So I appreciate Gabe's comment and believe that was the right focus for this evening. But we do want to be partners with the city and the historical character of the neighborhood, and that's what we hope to achieve. And I'm disappointed with the discussion tonight. Also, I'm from Jacksonville, Florida, so I'm not familiar with your procedures. I apologize. My name is Doug Myers. I work with BMD Law Firm. I'm a huge advocate for historical preservation and intend to help my client with this case, and hopefully we can work through this and resolving issues that you guys have. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I make a clarification regarding the agenda? I made a mistake at the beginning of the agenda, and actually the case that was continued and it was not on your agenda is the last case on the agenda, the 8.5, the 303 Pilgrim Road. The applicant requested continuance for that one.
Okay, so the applicant is here?
No, they sent an email to staff before the meeting and
Oh,
requested
okay.
continuance.
Yes,
so-
okay, so you're saying the difference between what was published and what was printed?
Yes, it
Okay.
was actually that one, not the other.
Okay. Okay, our next case is 2503 3001 Spruce Avenue.
Hello.
All right, my husband was here last week, so it's kind of a continuation, a little bit. You guys can hear me okay?
Can you lower the mic just a little bit?
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is Romina Polanco. My husband and I own 3001 Spruce Avenue. I think it sounds better now. So he was presenting last week. Basically, we're requesting to add a fence. And last week, we discussed a 6-foot height. Generally, I think everyone agreed that that made sense for what's affectionately known as the Mansion of Northwood. I think the main detail was you all wanted to see what we had in mind for a design. So I kind of put some photos together from the manufacturer contractor, what our idea was for this project, but then of course we could discuss it and see if you agree. So one of the topics were brought up, if we wanted to make it ornate, would we put the fencing in front of the hedges or behind? So if we want to go with a more ornate character to the fencing, we would prefer to put it in the front. That way it's visible from the street and adds character to the facade of the home. And then we wanted to present what we had in mind for the gate, which I'll show you photos now, but it includes adding two concrete columns that are covered with either travertine or coral stone so that they have like a nice look, and the two light posts to add more lighting to the front of the street there, one for security, but also just I think it would also look nicer. So here's basically this is what the fence panels would look like. What we had in mind, so it's got the puppy pickets at the bottom. It's the one on the left is the one from the contractor. And the, I guess they're called pickets, right, top. So that would be continuous throughout the property, except where the gate is. And here's kind of an example of more or less what it would look like. This is a different property. I just, picked up the photo for an example, visually. And then the gate, the bottom example shows kind of what the posts would look like with the lights. And we wanted to add, what you see with an arch with either the address of the property, so 3001, or maybe Northwood Mansion. But we're kind of open to what you guys think would add to the facade of the home, like positively. And then this is just the height of what the double gate would be with the specifications. There's another example of what it could look like, right? 3001 Spruce with the gates. And then I just have some more visual examples of ideas for the gate, in case we wanted to look at some inspiration. But that's basically it. The main purpose is, of course, security. I think my husband discussed that before. As much as we love the neighborhood and we've lived there since 2021, we've had some issues with vandalism, and we actually had someone break into the home at some point too. So it would be good to have a little more security, higher fences, et cetera. So, and that's basically all I got.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
I have a question. You're also, judging from your husband's presentation last month, thank you for those inspiration photos. You're also amenable to just a simpler design that kind of replicating the existing condition of the fence, just higher.
Yes, I actually think the existing fence, that's the only ornate fence we currently have,
Right.
circles and kind of circles around to that gate. And it actually looks a little bit like what we plan on doing, just taller. Just the gate was the piece that was potentially more ornate, but we're open to something simpler. Now, if we went with something very basic,
Yep.
then it won't make sense to probably just put it behind the hedge, because no one's going to really see it at that point. Less expensive too.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks.
No problem.
Any further questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and we'll say for the record, planner, planning and zoning. So as Romina stated, our applicant, this is a continued case for the variance for the fence height. So the request was for the 2-foot variance, just to recap. And you guys wanted to see the visual of the fence and the proposed gate. And as Romina has shown, it's something similar to this. Initially, this is what we had discussed, and we know that the board wanted to see something, and now you guys are saying something much simpler. Staff would just like to make note that in our code, decorative features cannot exceed 10% of the allowable height. So I know that they want to do the lighting, they want to do the arches and the numbering, so all of those would have to meet that 10%. So it can't be as tall as what is pictured, but definitely once we get to the permitting level, hopefully we could have the actual scale figured out. And staff is recommending approval with whatever conditions that you have, and it complies with the standards. And let me get to the old conditions that we had for the variance would be that it applies only to the proposed request. Visibility at the intersection shall be maintained and unobstructed per ZLDR Section 94-305E, and all portions of the fence within the front yard shall be screened from view with landscape, except for at the intersection where visibility is required. And just would also like to put on the record that the applicant's husband, who's just getting here, was wanting to ask about the landscape requirement because maybe they want to put the landscaping behind the fence. And that completes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
I have a question. So decorative columns or urns, or they can be 10% of the height of the fence? So if a fence is 6 feet, they can be 6 inches?
Yes.
And second question, was the specificity of the variance advertised, or was it just the height variance for the fence? What I mean by that is, does this board have the jurisdiction to offer or approve a 3-foot height variance?
So there's really no limitation on for that. So if they're, of course, within reason, but the code states what the maximum is. So they're able to ask for a numerical, if it deviates from the code, a numerical like fraction.
Maybe I didn't ask my question correctly. Is the notice, the advertising notice, linked to the 2 feet?
No.
Great.
No, it's just for
Thank
the
you.
construction of a fence in the front yard. For this reason. Yes.
Okay. Any further questions of staff? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any public comment on this project? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session.
I feel like this is a big departure from what we saw last month with the lights and the big decorative number and all of that. I feel like we just kind of saw a much more understated version of what they were requesting.
I think we said have fun, and I think they had a lot of fun with it. So I think we probably need to establish different parameters for that, because I think it's an exciting opportunity, and I still feel the same way, but that was my reaction as well. And in regards to kind of some of these more ornate features, which I don't think are appropriate, even though it's a really beautiful, impressive property, and certainly one of the Seminole properties, you know, particularly for your neighborhood, it's gorgeous. But I do think that we probably need to go a little bit more understated than the images that we saw today, particularly in regards to like not having an arch feature. And if there are posts that we would want to see the light be on the face of it and not on top, just because I think that that kind of speaks to the architecture a little bit more than being so grand.
Grand is the word I was thinking of with that arch. We don't want it to feel like a ranch, you know, that you're approaching. Right?
South Fork.
Yeah.
I agree. I think we should approve the fence, the existing condition fence reconstructed higher.
I'm on board with that too.
Would you like to make the motion? Sure. Oh, yeah, sorry. I think there's also wording for the variance that's in the staff report.
Okay, I move that Historic Preservation Board grant HPB case number 2503, a request by Romina Palenko for a variance from section 94-302B of the city's zoning and land development regulations for the construction of a fence along Spruce Avenue within the required front setback. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted and staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the criteria in Article 2, Section 9438D6 of the City of West Palm Beach zoning and land development regulations have been met. In addition, the granting of the variance is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure the compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach. 1, that the variance shall apply only to the proposed fence and gates. Specifically, the applicant shall replicate the existing fence and gate to comply with the granted variance and not as presented with the arched and embellished piers. The applicant shall have the option to install the hedging in front of or behind the fence, subject to the review and approval of staff. That's it.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Approved. Thank you.
Good evening, Christina Anthony, with Turn to Construction, the builder for the client on behalf of this project. Just briefly, we were here last month with this project, explaining that this was a RFP CRA approved project for workforce housing. It is in the historical area, and previously in the meeting, some of the examples of the facade was that the property was too modern. Staff made some recommendations. We came to the board. There were some additional questions of wanting a rendering, specifically of what some of those changes would look like. We met with staff again to get more details and drill in on some specifics that could make the home look more like the area with the mid-century vernacular. One of the major additions to this was adding the block breeze. With the picture, additional comments did come in that the rendering may not have reflected, was just more of the thickness of that breeze blockway being similar to the actual fascia of the property. That comment did come in yesterday, so we didn't have enough time to actually adjust the rendering, but it's just a small fix, and we would be fine with making that adjustment that the breeze block would match and mirror the width of that fascia, so it would have that same thickness. Some of the other comments that came in from the previous meeting that we illustrated on the rendering was the window changes. So the front windows did have that modern tiered window theme. We went ahead and put those standard windows there. And then in addition, in the rear side, the request for the sliding glass door, we went ahead and made those adjustments as well. So with the staff recommendations, we did accept all of the options that they had requested. They gave us 3 options, either being brick around the home, the breeze block, or railings for that front, and we did select the breeze block. And that concludes our presentation.
Questions of the applicant?
I don't see a really substantial change. From my point of view, last time when we reviewed this, it was the roof line that I found did not really conform or fit in to the community around there. And I really don't see much of a change from the last time regarding that roof line.
Yes, we did confirm, again, that this is a modular home, so there were some limitations. Based on the modular spec, the fascia, we would not be able to thin that out, so it would be that thick. So staff did provide us with that concern in our last meeting. To help offset that was to add that breeze, that block breeze, and then to make it as thick as the fascia.
Again, from my perspective, it's not the thickness. It's a very contemporary looking structure. And my comment was, and I meant really to go on the website of this modular company to see if they had something that was more in keeping with a historic part of the neighborhood. But I didn't get to do that, so I apologize for that. But is that available? Are you aware that there are other modular models that are less contemporary than this?
No, so Steel Homes was listed as the manufacturer modular in the RFP. All of their homes do more align with the modern look. So with this, we did try to make as much accommodations with feedback to at least mirror the mid-century look. But in terms of the actual structure, those limitations are really on the manufacturer directly.
Are there other modular manufacturers that might be more flexible in their design aspect?
With the client and ours research, this is the only one that we were able to find that is true modular, building 80% of the home, in partnership with the city CRA. Looking at this product, this was what was submitted in that RFP review with Steel Homes, and they selected this particular project as the closest to what was needed for the historic review. The client did go through the process during that CRA approval of meeting with commission and providing pictures of the project. He did also meet with the previous supervisor of the architectural committee, who's no longer with them, but we didn't actually get he didn't get any documentation about some of that preliminary approval, but the client did go through some of that preliminary approval prior to bringing it to the board. And it's kind of past that point where this was selected, purchased in a partnership with the CRA. So the limitations really on the structure again is everything that we have here, and we just tried to add as much to the facade to meet the goals of what the commission is looking for.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. May we have the staff report, please?
Hello, again, Ann Volsey. So this is the previously shown example from what the modular home looks like on different sites where it's been constructed. So the applicant took into consideration a lot of the recommendations that we had made, well, that staff had made, and put them into the new proposal. So just to show what those conditions were, one was that the dimensional brick to wrap around, and we have found, like in talking to the applicant and also looking at street views and doing site visits, that is not necessarily that is not visible in the neighborhood. So we pretty much scratched that, and the applicant did choose the breeze column block as the architectural element to include. We just wanted to see it a little bit thicker, as the rendering shows it very flat. Then the left windows in the front elevation to be larger, fixed with horizontal four-light. They did provide the larger window. The front door We can't really see from what is presented in the rendering, but we did update the recommendation that, that would have to be an architecturally appropriate door. And the rear door as well is not shown to reflect the change, but through permitting, we could make sure that, as a condition, that is provided. And also number 5, it correlates to number 1. And also number 6, we said the applicant said they would not be able to accommodate that because it is a modular home. So that's also scratched. So just to show another visual of where the staff recommendations came from and the renderings that the applicant provided. These are the views from the front. And again, noting that the breeze column block would have to be thicker to appear dimensionally appropriate. And also the rear door shown here would have to be paired or single French door. And here are the recommended conditions, pretty much are updated versions of the previous recommendations for approval with condition that we find that it meets the standards for rehabilitation as well as additional criterias. And the recommendations are 4 of them, that the conditions are as follows: the breeze block to be a minimum of 8 feet inch in width. The window and door frame shall be white, and the glass shall be clear or clear with low E. The front door must be a 1 light French door. A metal screen door is also recommended. The rear door shall be paired or single French door. Thank you. That concludes staff's presentation.
Questions of staff? Okay, I have a question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So the CRA basically contracted or put out the RFP that this specific type of home, Steel Homes Modular, was to be used at the site. Is that correct?
I don't think we have anyone from the CRA here, but from what I understand is that the lot was CRA owned. This lot was CRA owned and they wanted to see it developed, and the applicant submitted for it with this proposal, and they were selected. Is that correct? Correct. And they also reached out to Frederic at the time, who was here, but we cannot verify, or we haven't verified that that happened and they got the okay, but they do say that they did that preliminary they did obtain that preliminary verbal approval that, okay, this can go through and would go through this process to be, viewed by the board.
Okay, so this specific manufacturer was part of this process, correct? Like in the discussions with Ms. Mittner, okay, I mean, the thumbs up from the applicant.
To clarify, Kristen, so the CRA didn't stipulate that it was this builder. It was that when the bid was submitted, they said, we're gonna build this home with this thing.
Correct.
So the CRA is the only one that's approved this, not any.
You guys would have to approve it.
Right,
So-
but there's been no approval from anybody within the city for this modular home. It's just.
It's more of a green light to go forward to the board.
Except that they
So we could
accepted,
sit-
and this is more your, I feel like you know more about this than I do in terms of,
Well, I was going to ask Ana Maria. She knows perfectly the process, but evidently there is a disconnect here, right? So.
Well, I think it's 2 separate approval processes. The CRA is a separate entity from the city. They have a lot, a vacant land on the northwest neighborhood that basically the applicant did an unsolicited proposal and say, if you give me that lot, I will build an affordable housing unit in this property. So they did all the process and awarded this lot to the applicant. And I understand that through that approval process, he showed probably what was the design of the house that he wanted to build. But the CRA board does not approve the design. It will be the Historic Preservation Board, and then we'll go through the building permit. So it's kind of a conceptual approval, say, okay, you're gonna build a house on that property.
So we're within our rights to say, no, we don't care for this design.
The board, yes,
Yeah.
as a reviewer for the historic preservation, will have the ability to determine if the house is appropriate for the context or not.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions from staff?
In your presentation, I think it was slide 2, you had something called prior submittals or something. It was a 2-image PowerPoint slide. Yeah. Okay, can you keep that up for the executive session?
Yes,
Thanks.
All right. Do we have anyone here from the public who wishes to speak on this case? All right, seeing none, we will move into executive session.
So I was here last month when this was presented. I think that I am in agreement with Gerald's reaction to the roof line. And the reason why I asked this image to show up, because you see a more traditional roof line on the right side, my right, that I think goes a long way in kind of calming down the I'm trying to be mid-century nature of the prefabness. And I'm wondering if this could be kind of, if a porch was added to the front of it.
It's a great idea.
Not the breeze block, but actually something functional that blends in with the other properties that have front porches. Those 3 windows are turned into just a simple 1 window. If this could somehow salvage this, because as proposed, I can't find support in just 1 vote.
So I said before that in the previous case I had my opinion. Here I have my opinion, and very strong, because this design doesn't comply with 6 out of the 9 construction alteration compatibility standards. And I have on my screen here the 3 houses that neighbor this one. And it's going to be conscious to allow for a design like this to be in that lot, because the next door neighbor is a very nice, I guess that is a ranch style
Yeah, I would say that's a frame vernacular.
or frame vernacular. So
Yeah. Well,
I don't know how we can approve this.
yeah, I mean, I think to your point, because I can see the adjacent structure that's on your screen, like the slender nature of the language of frame vernacular homes is like the absolute opposite of what we're seeing with this fascia, whatever. I mean, I know I struggled with what to call it last time, but the thickness of that like roof plane. And then you're right, when it's next to a frame vernacular home, you're at opposite ends of the spectrum.
So design style, not compliant, proportion of openings, non-compliant, rhythm of solids to voids, not compliant, rhythm of spacing along the street, that could be relationship of materials and textures, probably no, roof shape, no.
And do not disagree with any of that.
Yeah. Would you like to make a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board deny application number 25-05 for new construction. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the staff report that competent Substantial evidence of record has not been submitted that satisfy the standards set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, specifically Standards 9 and 10.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the project is denied. Thank you. Our next case is case number 25-07 for 214 Monroe Drive.
Good evening. Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Mayfield with Daley Jansen Architects. Thank you for your time this evening. I want to present to you our proposed additions and alterations to a previously approved project, actually almost 2 years to the day, in March of 23. The original version of this project was approved with the CA unanimously, if I recall. I'm also here representing my clients, the homeowners. This is their primary residence here in West Palm. So a little bit of background, just to refamiliarize yourself with the project. It's a 1925 home in the Southland Park, Prospect Park District. There's an existing primary two-story structure and existing contributing two-story accessory structure to the rear. We're on a pretty good sized lot, 100 by 132. Just to briefly familiarize, these were images from the original COA, the existing project prior to any work was started. I will preface and say that this project is currently under construction, and some of the original approval has been executed and completed, but with the modifications and changes, obviously it is, been installed in construction for a while, as we've been working out sort of the changes that we're going to ask for this evening. You'll see it's in the mission style. It's the primary house, the guest house. These are images of the existing state in construction. You see a lot of the openings are boarded up to protect certain components. The original streetscape, just to note that we are on a street predominantly two-story, similar sized massed homes and of similar style. These are some of the interiors. I'm going to skip through that. So effectively, what we're asking for tonight is 5 minor modifications to the previously approved design that the homeowners would like to see to better improve the utilization of the property. I think originally, we put forth a proposal that didn't necessarily realize all that they wanted to achieve on the project, and we're essentially coming back to sort of complete that now. But just to summarize briefly, the first item is a approximately 400 square foot addition of a 1-story condition structure with connecting pergola to the detached rear accessory. We are also looking to expand the previously approved addition, 2-story addition of the main house on the rear side. We are asking for a small bay addition to the west side of the original carport, as well as a bay window addition to the stair landing where the existing stair hall occurs in the residence. And lastly, the addition of covered balconies, one to the rear of the primary structure and also one to the accessory structure. I just want to note that all of the material selections tonight will be consistent. We're not changing any of the materials and specifications of the home from what was previously approved. Just to familiarize the site plan, so this was the originally approved COA, the light gray footprint being the existing structures, the dark gray being what was the addition, the two-story addition that was previously approved, and on the west side, a one-story addition, essentially a mudroom. We were also proposing the addition of a pergola at the south face. So what we're asking for tonight is additionally in gray, the expansion of that east two-story addition to include more outdoor covered space, the bay window addition on the west side of the original carport, as well as the one-story structure that will be attached to the existing accessory. I think it's best to just see these changes represented graphically in the series of renderings that we prepared, essentially focusing on the three areas that we're changing. And we've rendered this project in what was previously approved versus what we're asking. So this is looking southeast from the street at the west facade on angle here, which is where we're asking to modify the existing one-story carport with a one-story bay addition. And essentially, the reason why is functionally this space is extremely narrow, and having lived in the house now for 2-3 years, the functionality of this space is essentially useless. To get any sort of proper furniture arrangement in the space, we're asking for this additional bay component on the west side to allow us greater floor area to use the room in a more functional way. I do want to note that staff, I do believe, objects to this proposal, understanding that this one-story carport was an important feature of the home, and currently the existing condition of these openings, there's vinyl windows that are dilapidated, that are non-contributing, unoriginal to the structure, or in significant disrepair. So we were proposing originally to just essentially fill in those openings with glass to kind of give it that glass box effect of the carport just enclosed. But we are preserving that effect on the north street face, but in order to get a greater utility of the space, we're asking for this bay projection. Also, the cost of these elliptical impact windows, it's an excessively large opening, and that's a consideration we have to take into effect. Additionally, you'll see real quick up here at the center of the two-story volume, we're basically projecting a bay at the stair landing to create essentially a window seat there. Some built-in storage, books and whatnot. Just kind of create a halfway moment up the stairs. And we're doing that by just coming out about 30 inches, keeping the same windows that are there now, and then continuing the eave line across that bay from the adjacent roof, matching that pitch. The rear of the house, so this is what the second sort of component of what we're asking for. Originally was approved was this addition here and the pergola. What we're asking for essentially is to take that, what was that pergola space, put it under roof. We now have additional condition space above that with the balcony. And then the loggia on the east side essentially will just pull southward a bit, but largely maintain the previous design. Looking at the guest house, this is the current restored version of the guest house. I'd say this is probably the most complete portion of the project. The client's undergone many interior renovations previous to both of these applications. So essentially what we're asking to do is to add the one-story structure to the east. It's sort of hyphenated, separated from the contributing structure with just a sort of lightweight pergola to allow traffic back and forth. And, we're differentiating this materially, I think significantly. We're showing it here with the pulled stucco cornice, pilasters, largely just a big glass box intended to be used as an exercise room. And we chose to have that in the clay tile to match the pitch of the primary house. Was original sketch of that addition. I don't need to go through the line drawings unless you want to see the details in plan. I think the renderings kind of present most clearly here. I certainly can if there are any questions. I do want to enter into the record a letter of support from the neighbor to the east. That they've been in discussion with many of the neighbors in the neighborhood who've also verbally expressed support to them. With that, I'll take any of your questions.
Questions of the applicant?
So from the 8 conditions of approval that staff recommended, you are not supporting the first one, but all the other ones you are?
Correct. We're happy to meet all the other conditions. And if staff, remains objectionable to the modification of the west facade, I would really want to open it up as a discussion to you all in terms of what modification, if any, would you accept that would allow us to make the space more useful.
Any further questions of the applicant?
Patrick, I think kudos on the design. I think it's just beautiful, and obviously the previous modular structure did not influence this design in any way.
Patrick, thank you. Did you explore with the applicants expanding the carport room further interior to the site to provide more room and have the additions move more internally rather than externally so that the profile to the street remains unchanged?
Let me pull up the plan. So currently, that space is the front entry door is right there.
No, not that way, going,
Oh, you mean going southward?
moving, yes.
So we just completed
Oh.
the addition of this one-story component, which is essentially just a mudroom and a powder bath.
That's one of the portions that's
That
completed.
has been completed, yeah.
Rats.
But again, the issue lies really in the dimension of this, it's a one-car width.
I understand.
And there's really no functional seating arrangement that you can get in that room, other than just like a writer's desk.
Any further questions of the applicant? Thank you.
Ana Maria Aponte, Development Services Director, Assistant Director for the record. I'm not going to go over the location of the site as we already have it. I just want to mention that this has the contributing two-story single-family structure and the accessory structure. Both are contributing, and it was built in 1925 by R.C. Walker in a Mission Revival style. There's some pictures. Patrick, or the applicant, already went through the details of what the application is. As it was mentioned, it was a previous approved application from 2023. The COA was approved previously and included also some conditions of approval. The condition of approval was related to the same item that the staff has included in the conditions of approval, and it was listed on the staff report as a sunroom, so I'm calling it a sunroom, but it seems it was a carport. And the condition of approval was basically stating that previously enclosed west elevation arch sunroom opening shall remain, but may be replaced with a single pane of glass as it's proposed on the front facade to simulate the transparency of the open room. And that was the image that was presented by the applicant as the previously approved. I just put on the screen, this is on the left side of your screen is the the existing condition of the house. And then on the right-hand side is what they originally proposed. And based on the staff recommendation on the board approval, it was modified to the single pane windows, but maintaining the arch. So that is the previously approved condition. Staff reviewed the additional changes that the applicant presented, and they complied with all the requirements for the zoning and land development regulations. They're actually requesting some exceptions for the increase on maximum lot coverage and also an increase on maximum FAR. So they are utilizing some of the provisions in the code to allow slightly increases on the lot coverage on the FAR with the proposed additions. Staff has reviewed the proposed modifications to the previously approved COA and finds the proposal generally complies with the Secretary of Interior standards, except for, as I say, the proposed modification to the sunroom. Staff considers that the additional kind of addition on that side is detrimental to the original character of the house, and the modification impacts the defining feature of the historic house as that element. So we are proposing that that remains as originally approved. Based on that, with the conditions of, staff recommends approval with conditions based on the finding that the petition does meet the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the additional criteria for modifications also. As I say, the main condition is the proposed west elevation sunroom shall not be expanded, and the original arch opening shall be retained. We have other conditions of approval that are minor and more like detail-oriented. I'm not gonna go over all of them. There are 7 additional, but the applicant has said that they agree with those ones. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
I'm sorry. My impression was that the windows were already approved to be the single pane in the last, in 2023. Is that incorrect? Because
No, that's correct. That's
so you're
the
saying
image
you
on
want
the
them to
right.
go back, like to revoke the approval that was given in 2023?
No, actually, what we're saying is that the image on the right is what it was originally approved.
Correct.
The applicant is proposing a change of that.
Correct.
To create this kind of bulb out.
Yeah.
We are not recommending approval for that bulb out.
Right, but the next picture you showed, the windows are different than the ones that were approved in 2023, or at least I saw them as being different.
That was just to show what the original approval was. When they came in to present the original COA, they presented this one on the right with these 2 windows. That was not approved by the board, and the board actually recommended this design.
Okay.
And that was what was approved on the previous COA. The staff is recommending at this point to maintain that approval.
Okay, and then the next picture that you showed?
This one?
No, it was actually an image of the house. It looked to me like you were approving the previous windows. So, okay.
No. Sorry.
You were just showing what we started with when we
Yes,
approved
exactly.
what's on the right-hand side of the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Can you go back to the exceptions that they're taking advantage of? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask that, if we can go back to the green standards, because I don't know what that means.
Yes, the green standards is a tricky one. They are not specifically standards in the code that says what they are, but actually I asked the applicant and they provided a list of all the green provisions that they are complying. They are utilizing the Florida Green Building Standards, and they are kind of providing substantial number of green provisions in there. There is no particular threshold specified in the code, so not much that I can say about it.
But I think we determined at a past meeting that we can decide as a board whether to grant that exception for the green building standards. It's not an automatic.
It's not automatic, but however, you don't have much to go by, so. And maybe the applicant can list the elements that they are considering, so you can at least have a
But
list.
before you do that, I just want to ask about the intention of the code, with detached rear accessory structures. Is that when there isn't one existing, that there's this, an exception that's available, or is it when you're adding additional accessory structures?
I don't think it says. I can look at the code and see. It doesn't say. So it's just it is granted because you are not adding that much to the house, you are having that separate structure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
It's the same with the FAR.
my understanding of the intent of the code is that it is encouraging the mass to be spread out, whether it already exists or not. So if you already have one, you can, at least Ms. Mittner had allowed it to be applied that way, that bonus could still apply because the intent of the code is to spread out the mass. So again, that's my understanding.
Okay.
But I would be interested in hearing the green building standards, which are being applied as well.
I can certainly speak to that. And the applicant can speak to it as well if there's any follow-up needed. And I think, Anna Marie, did we submit the audit report from the Florida Green Building Coalition?
The list that you sent me this morning? No.
Okay. Well, we can certainly, we had sent it to staff previously, but the owners have had an audit performed by the Florida Green Home or Coalition. And there's a number of items, and it's a scoring mechanism similar to LEED that you go through under all components of the home, technology, strategy, passive strategies, everything. And, it computes a composite score. They needed 103 points of meeting these various, in order to meet the threshold for green standards, and they actually have certified 192. So doing quite a bit. Some of the things that they're doing, a solar hot water system, a gray water system's been installed in the house. The landscaping is all drought tolerant, native species. Some of the other big items. There's a number of more technical, the efficiency of all the equipment, recycled materials, and some of the specifications. That's just a number of them, but I can share with you the whole report if you want to look at it thoroughly. It's quite extensive. But we understand there is some level of vagueness in the code, and we actually reached out many times to staff to help them, have them help us qualify what exactly would be considered, and there was really no feedback in terms of what specifically we could do to achieve that. Just to say that this home, these are the end users of the home. They will be living here the rest of their lives. They love this home, and the degree, the quality and care that they've taken to every detail of this home, from preserving the historic materials, using reclaimed wood from the original finishes, to even putting back and restoring plaster applications in the interior of the home. I mean, they have treated this home exquisitely, and if all of our homeowners in this city were as diligent as them, we might not need you guys, to put it bluntly. But we are seeking that bonus provision largely to facilitate the lot coverage needed to accommodate the one-story addition to the guest house.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff?
Was the sunroom originally a carport?
Yes, it was.
And was it open on that elevation that's in question?
It was open on both the north and the west.
Okay.
And at some point, it was enclosed. We understand it was enclosed, but not through any permitted means.
Okay.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Do we have any members of the public? And you all did receive a printout of an email from a neighbor in support of the project. There being no public comment in person, we will go to executive session.
I'm generally in support of the proposal. I think everyone could appreciate some clarification in regards to those green building standards, which have been so tricky, but maybe just a best practice until we figure out a more concrete means of addressing it is just to make sure that the applicant is prepared to present those to us when they come before the board. I do agree with staff on the addition of the carport, that it's inappropriate. I think that it diminishes the understanding of how that structure and that specific element was used in the past. And I think that it also speaks to the patterns of development in this historic district. So that's why I am very much opposed to that element. Otherwise, I'm generally in support of the application.
I completely agree. Now, is there anything that we can be done, to allow for an expansion to that carport, but not in this particular way?
I mean, the carport was enclosed before this owner bought it and before this application, came before us. And it's not something that we would just allow to be done. So while I can be sympathetic that the proportions of the room aren't like great for furniture arrangement, it was not intended for that. And the fact that it's enclosed is kind of an existing condition that I think that we've been accommodating with. We didn't require them to open it back up, even though the scope of work that they were doing was extensive. So if they're going to modify it, they can accommodate that in a way that we don't see from the street. That's my stance on it.
Makes sense.
I agree.
I think that in the prior approval, a lot of accolades and a lot of permissions and approvals were allowed for this relatively large addition to be at the primary facade on the street facing. And my recollection of the carport is that this board requested that intervention with the window configuration. And while I'm not die on the sword that the proposal could or could not be approved, I completely defer to my colleagues, the architects on the commission on that. And if you look at the floor plan, they're very capacious rooms that they're proposing. I think they could have one small room that is intimate and has a reading desk. I'm sorry, you're, especially with the exceptions that this board seems to be amenable to granting, I would default and defer to the 7 points of the staff memo as well.
Any further discussion? Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 25-07 214 Monroe Drive in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulation. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with applications submitted in the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the city of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior standards, the additional criteria set forth in section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The conditions include the following. 1, the proposed west elevation sunroom shall not be expanded and the original arch opening shall be retained. 2, the existing front door shall be retained and repaired if determined by staff to be original, historic, or significant. 3, all north elevation original wood windows as determined by staff shall be retained and repaired per elevation drawings indicating original wood windows, north facade only to remain. And the applicant may install green aluminum clad windows and doors on the remainder of the principal structure and all of the accessory structure. The applicant shall update the window and door schedule to accurately reflect the elevation description and the existing materials. 4, all street or sidewalk facing glass shall be clear. All non-street facing glass shall be clear or clear with low E coating. 5, all windows and doors shall be installed to have a simulated divided light pattern and a profile of 7/8, 7 inch, or 1 inch. 6, all windows replacing existing windows shall be sized to fit original window frame opening, X-axis and Y-axis, and shall match the placement and depth Z-axis of the original windows within the window frame opening, except where an opening is specifically indicated to be modified. 7, all windows being installed in new openings shall match as closely as possible to the original placement. and depth on the original portion of the house. 8, the existing mullion shall remain or be replaced with a mullion of matching width and placement. Where a new mullion is being created on the addition, the mullion shall match as closely as possible with the width and placement as the mullions on the original portion of the house.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Project approved. Thank you. Our next case is 24-104, 1302 Florida Avenue.
Good evening. I'm John Reed of JSR Design Group, the architect, and representing the client. Anna Mueller could not make it here today. What we are proposing on 1302, to start off with, the client, when I first walked him through the property, did not realize this was in a historic district. So this is, after 10 minutes of him talking, I explained to him what the process was, and so this has been a fun project for us so far. Let me scroll through. So the existing property, just try to get here. Okay, the existing property was considered Florida vernacular. The original structure would have been this portion of the front. This fronts on 3 streets. We are on Florida, and Alabama. And the original structure of the house we are trying to keep completely. There was addition done, it was determined somewhere around 1960, illegally without permits. Some of it's dilapidated already. Some of the ceiling heights are about 6'5" to 6'6". And a portion of it actually encroaches into the neighbor's property along this edge. So our intention of the project is to remove the unpermitted addition, and what we are proposing is we're working within the, we're setting the addition back as the original addition had been, and we are proposing this new addition, 2-story addition, matching the existing heights of the building, and along with a detached garage, covered patio, and pool area. So the the house is penalized with a double street frontage, but we were able to do a contextual rear setback because the building down here, right here, faces directly across from a warehouse. And so, as you can see along this street, contextually, the rear setback, instead of 25 feet, they came out to about 10.5 feet, and we're using a 13.5-foot rear setback for this garage area here. Let me get to the elevations. So this portion of the house was the original. We stepped the addition back, matching heights, continuing across here, along with the addition in the rear. It will have a garage door to Alabama, which is not considered an alleyway, but Alabama, which faces directly into the warehouse across the street. And we originally, the city requested that the heights matched, making sure that the existing addition was not above the height of the original house. The existing front of the house, we are keeping for the original. This house definitely had, had quite a few additions, which I was able to determine how it was done until this back addition was a layering of additions, you may say. This is the portion that actually encroaches into the neighbor's property. Like I said, it was a series of additions upon additions, so it's not habitable. Like I said, some of it's run down or it needs to be rebuilt, and many of the ceilings were under 7 feet to begin with. The addition is we're rebuilding the kitchen area and dining area. Or this was a bedroom, or this was the kitchen area in the original plan. Sorry. This was the kitchen area, and then a bedroom, and they had a bathroom in this area. And we are rebuilding. We are increasing this approximately 4 feet beyond where the original addition was done, allowing for more comfortable kitchen and dining area. The original portion of the house we're keeping in the same manner. This at one time the front porch was enclosed as a bedroom pre-1960 from what we could determine. The original 3 bedrooms and bathrooms we are keeping upstairs as well. We are connecting above that the second floor for a new master suite above. The existing addition has this as a bedroom suite as well as down here. We're doing that as a master bedroom suite in the back. So this is, the portion of the existing, so we are adding this second floor or addition, 2-story addition, I'm sorry, which is stepped back to what the original addition was done, along with the garage and a covered open patio between the two, along with the pool along O Street. That's a presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
I'm sorry. Are you proposing an above-ground pool?
No.
Okay.
It did come out that way here, or is that the, I guess
Okay.
that's the hot tub.
Okay, that's just the
Yeah.
rendering. And what's the ceiling height of the garage?
The ceiling height of the garage is, I think it was 9 feet with 2-foot trusses. Let me just double check that there's a section.
Yeah.
And then step down. Yeah, the existing house is, this portion was approximately 8'8", so I'd say approximately 8'8".
Thank you.
Any further questions of the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Volsey. Again, so this property is in Grandview Heights. It is a contributing structure. It is in SF 14C2, Florida vernacular, and like the applicant said, it fronts along 3 streets. It's actually a double frontage along Florida Ave and Alabama Ave, and it's a corner lot on O Street. So here's a view on the west side where the property is mostly towards Florida Street. So as part of the request, it's a partial demo of the historic addition. To recap, a 2-story addition to a contributing structure, a new detached garage, and a new detached covered patio. The applicant already went over the plans, so I'll just go through how it complies with zoning. Pretty much all of the standards are met, if not exceeded. And let's go here. So staff didn't necessarily have conditions, but more so concerns over the massing for the structures and how that's distributed throughout the site. And the structure that is the covered patio structure, the feeling was more so maybe a gazebo would be more appropriate, so it could kind of reduce in the roof structures on site. But overall, the recommendation is for approval, as staff feels that it complies with the standards of the Secretary of Interior for rehabilitation, and also for the additional criteria, section 94-49C4 of the ZLDRs. And that concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Questions of staff?
Did you go through with them, like, the building materials they're planning on using, and the windows and the shutter sizes and
Yes.
front walkway, all that's been?
Yes, they've submitted quite a few times. They've been in the pipeline for a while, dealing with various city historic persons, as we, came and went. So they've revised their plans a good number of times to remove shutters, to adjust windows, to bring down heights, changing doors even. And also, a part of it was to calculate that contextual setback, which we didn't have before. Did the background, historical search on when that addition was made, if we had any permits for it. So just to see if that would be something that we would be supportive of to begin with.
So when you're saying here, request for a partial demolition of a historic addition, the addition that the applicant referred to as was not legal, right? That was done without a permit, but that was considered historic, or was not?
It was done in the 60s, I believe.
Sometime in the 60s.
Yes. So there's no permit history on it, but it does become a part of the structure over time. So that's why it was the historic addition, not necessarily that it was historic, because I'm not sure when the survey was done to designate the property as historic.
Correct. I was going to go there when this property was designated, and if the addition was already there, when was designated?
I believe in the 90s from speaking to our consultant.
Thank you.
And would that mid piece, that kind of gazebo, that area under that counts towards lot coverage?
I believe, I had it in the staff report, 50%.
No,
If it's enclosed?
If it is attached, it would have to count as 50%. If it's freestanding, it does not count against the board.
For area ratio.
Okay, that actually explains a lot.
Yes.
So I'm on your elevation drawing. Oh, okay, I'll talk amongst
Go ahead.
ourselves. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I have another question for the applicant. On the O Street side, it's on these images, it's the one on the top left. What is that just solid wall space on the first floor?
That was.
Could you, I'm sorry, could you speak in the mic? Thank you.
We're speaking about,
Yes.
this area. At first, we thought it was a fireplace. There was like at one time, a window, but that was enclosed. And it's just a little, it obviously wasn't a fireplace that went all the way up. We never could determine what it was like, besides a little nook is the only thing. We could, it had maybe a window in it at one time, but it just it's like a little nook.
There's a really similar structure to this that's on Dixie that has a 2-story one
Okay,
on the side.
interesting.
I know.
Like a bay window or,
It's an actual bay window on that structure.
okay. It may have been just a 1-story bay window.
Yeah, I feel like that has to be resolved. Like this is an opportunity to,
A window could definitely
Yeah.
go right back in there, but we were trying to keep it as it was, but we'd be happy to pop a window in there to match.
okay. Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Well,
Oh,
give me 1 second.
sorry, more
So I
questions.
was going to ask you, so the addition on the second floor has the same height of the existing house. Is there any way that we can reduce the height, that would make it a little lower?
It's 8 foot. Originally, my client had wanted it even higher, but working with the board and trying to keep it lower. So what we wanted to do is step it back from the original structure. Also, instead of normally what I would not do is, normally I'd piggyback these roofs to kind of tie the roofs together a little bit, but we intentionally did them as 2 separate with just, a little cricket in there between to kind of differentiate, the 2 structures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go into executive session.
I'll quickly start. It was actually just going to be piggybacking off of that roof and that relationship between the two. I do see an issue of potential pooling of the 2 roofs coming together. Maybe it's an opportunity to redesign on how that relationship works. That's like the one heartburn that I do have, that roof line.
Yeah, how would you typically design a roof with an addition like this?
Like that, there's a few different ways. You can take that ridge and go on top of that roof, so you have a proper pitch. I'm not the architect here, there's better ones than me, but this is just kind of a functionality challenge.
So, it's interesting because this is a transitional lot. It's at the edge of the historic district and it's abutting a commercial warehouse. And I think the design almost mimics that because as the project moves away from the historic structure, it gets kind of worse and worse. And that's kind of okay because it's abutting the large warehouse building. But I mean, I think for me, I'm having a problem with kind of the detached structures. The elevation drawing that I'm looking at, maybe it's with the parapet wall on the garage, shows that garage height at 12.12 or 12'2", which would be proportionally more in line with the rendering that we see on the screen. And the zoning gymnastic of that, I'm detached, but I'm not because my roof overhang goes over it. As you can imagine, I deal with a lot of zoning applications and kind of workarounds. This is clearly not in the intent of lot coverage, and it looks it because it looks like there's a lot of structure on this site. As for the addition to the historic structure, and if that demolition of the additions is our purview because of when it was surveyed, I'll leave that for further discussions. But I'm generally finding problems with that gazebo onward. If that makes sense.
And what about, do you have any concerns about the roof design of where the addition meets the contributing structure?
No, I mean, I think it's slightly lower than the existing, right?
It's at the same elevation.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, but the elevation, if you go to, Gabe, if you go to A3, it's maybe so minute that you wouldn't discern it, the pitch. It's drawn slightly lower.
I think the garage should, I mean, if it's there, I guess that makes sense, but should be lower, probably. And there is an issue with these windows that they are too high
They're
in
too high.
relationship to the entry, to the garage entry. Looking at the section, actually there is an effort to have the garage aligning with the other part, so, but doesn't make too much sense because that should be actually lower.
While everyone's thinking, I'll chime in with my comments as well. I agree with Mr. Murphy about the loggia-esque element. I think the site would be better served without it, and I actually don't know of the provision in the code how you can count it that way, but withstanding that, it still is very much inappropriate in terms of a contextual massing for historic structures and this neighborhood. The garage detailing as well, I think my fellow board members already spoke to that I would like to see that revisited in terms of the detailing, the location of the window height, the sill height, how that relates to the historic structure. I mean, I think this application, those immediately, spring up because they're the ones that make the biggest impact in terms of how you read the site. But then when I look at the 2D line drawings, there's also details that need to be resolved. I like that we're taking kind of our proportions from the windows that are historically present on the house. But if you look at the north elevation, the second floor windows look like they're the same size or maybe a little bit bigger than the first floor. I can't quite tell, but on the historic structure, they're a little bit smaller, or it seems to be they're a little bit smaller on the second floor. And then, I mean, I'm a huge proponent of not getting too crazy with different types of windows, but it seems like we're using all the same windows on the additions that we're proposing. And with the historic structure, there's a little bit more finesse. Like you see that there's a pair of two together with like a wide mole in between. That I think it may be helpful just for kind of the soul of the house to have a little bit more interest in terms of that. And our piers that we talked about earlier, keeping the detailing on those to be either something that already exists on the site or is a traditional cap and base or a simple chamfered post.
Any further feedback? I'm assuming we need a motion to continue.
I'll make a motion, unless there's more comments from the commission, a motion to continue the matter for 1 month. Is that okay? Or do you want 1 month? I think date certain, is that the April 22nd?
Mm-hmm. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Our next case is 24-74 and 24-75 for 502 Park Place.
All right, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jack Rice. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Gunster, Yoakley, and Stewart. I'm here tonight on behalf of West Palm Beach Racquet Club, LLC. We're here, it is West Palm Beach Racquet Club, LLC, but if you can probably tell by the cover slide of our application, this is a Padel X Club, and we're here on a certificate of appropriateness as well as a variance request at 502 Park Place. I'm joined by Kyle Fant of Bartholomew and Partners, as well as Tyler Gilly of Spieth Engineering, who are the project architects. I'm going to give a little bit of background, and then Kyle's probably going to speak for most of the presentation. And Tyler's here if you have any questions specific to engineering. So first up, we have an image of the actual lot itself. Again, it's 502 Park Place. It's two lots that have total just under 1 acre. I think they're 0.8. They've existed in this arrangement for quite some time. You'll hear from Kyle a little bit about the background and the history of the property, but essentially it's been vacant since the 1980s. The next slide shows where it's located in relation to the historic districts. The property is obviously within the Flamingo Park Historic District. Although it's adjacent to the Grandview Heights as well as the Mango Promenade Historic Districts, it's not actually located or neither does it abut these properties, but it's certainly nearby. Next up, we have an image of the actual zoning of the property. It is a part of the Railroad Transition District, which is a commercial zoning district. Briefly, the history of this district was until about 1987, this property and about a dozen others actually had an industrial zoning designation. But when the actual existing zoning, the ZLDRs, or the Zoning and Land Development Regulations, were imposed, they initially designated this property as single family. And what that essentially created was a situation where a lot of the existing uses that were already developed sat vacant for a long time because they were non-conforming. There wasn't a lot of motivation for people to redevelop them, and a lot of sites continued to sit vacant. So what happened between 2006 and 2008 was the city and Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association essentially came together to talk about a new district that could be applied to these properties, and the Railroad Transition District was the result. It tries to preserve the residential character of the neighborhood while allowing a little bit of flexibility to honor those uses at these properties that were always more than just single-family homes. So again, we're here on two separate requests. One is the certificate of appropriateness for new construction for a 3,731 square foot health and fitness club with essentially 7 padel courts, as well as a variance. The variance is to allow the padel court enclosures to be over 6 feet high within the west side as well as the south or the front setbacks. And from here, I'll turn it over to Kyle.
Good evening. For the record, Kyle Fant, Bartholomew Architects, and thank you, Historic Board members, for your service today. I'll begin by going through the site location, quick history, and then I'll go into the perspective views, which I think will help with seeing what the client is proposing. As you can see on your screen, our site, we all know where Civil Society Brewery is, if we're familiar with that on the tracks. The site has been vacant for quite some time. So the Sanborn map here at the top looks like the history of the site was some type of concrete processing facility, and we are grateful our client does not want to bring back the concrete processing facility. They're looking at bringing a health and wellness club, which consists of a cold plunge pool, locker rooms, yoga, health food and juice bar, and then as we stated, the 7 racket facilities, the small or tiny tennis, as we like to call it. So we began the process with Frederick Mittner, and I'll get into those conversations was about the scale. The property we're allowed to build, it's about 40 feet of height and about 85,000 square feet of building. We started with looking at indoor facilities that would be of that larger scale. Frederick was very passionate about a neighborhood scale for the usable or air-conditioned space, so we're grateful we worked on that to get the scale down to residential, which we'll show you. Then we moved on to, once we got down to that scale, we looked at the aesthetic of the client and worked with Mr. Benjamin Salata and our client on what the precedent would be for that use and their aesthetic moving forward. And those conversations were all done with Fernando Rodriguez and Glenis Martinez in our office, and I think all of those discussions over the past year have yielded this result we have. We looked at historic train stations on the rail line. We looked at historic properties, metal structures that are along the train tracks. We also looked at roller skate rinks, different types of hip roofs, and then of course different type of warehousing structures and structures along the train tracks. Our client, you can see here at the bottom, this is their brand and their aesthetic. The bottom left, the club opening in Boca Raton. the one in Miami, which has that little more modern feel to it, but open, airy. We chose to keep it open, airy, that modern metal type structures, but the ironwork is what we were drawn to working with our clients and the staff. So this image is powerful. On the left, it shows in red the box that the zoning allows, the original size we may have been thinking. On the right is what we ended up with, our actual structure. You can see it's very small. And the use is we think, a great use for the neighborhood, open to the public, high-end club. This is our site plan, and I'll get to the images. I think it tells a better story. But one thing we wanted to note on the site plan is that we are providing parking, we are providing landscape and screening. We have Jessamine Design Build did the landscape architecture, and we are proposing our mechanicals to be hidden in the roof behind a parapet. So that's a few things that we're trying to do and accommodate for the site. I'll get into the plan and program, but essentially you arrive from the street, you go past the cold plunge pools. We have our Florida accessible compliant restrooms, showers, and then we have our lockers, our health and juice bar, our yoga mats and fitness studio, and our proposed courts. One thing to note is that part of this project, they're not proposing a street sign as you would see like a commercial sign, like a print shop, or they're proposing to have landscaping and just subtle signage as it's supposed to be a high-end club. Oops. Just enlarged plans of what we discussed. Elevations for our height. Our height is at the lower hip roof, we're proposing 14 feet, the higher hip roof 17 feet. You can see the padel courts that are mostly transparent, they're glass, and those heights are about at that 14-foot level. And then the light fixture that would be for the court is closer to 20 feet. So when you're looking at the adjacent home, the structure itself is much shorter. So this tells the story. This is the lot today. You can see Civil with the painting on the wall, that Civil Society Brewing, and you can see the arc rib storage if you've ever been on the Bright Line heading south, the arc rib storage there to our south. The vacant lot, it looks like there's dumpsters being stored on the lot. So our proposal is from the street to have the landscaping and pedestrian walk, no street signage. Our entry here is looking at what we were proposing as the front entrance to the Padel and Health Club, which is slatted ash wood. The ironwork, proposing to work with L&L Ironwork on detailing the perimeter, and then a standing seam roof pitched in a hip format. In addition to that, we do have an ironwork base that would have some type of skirting underneath to let the light glow from underneath, and the ceiling as well to have, which would be probably an aluminum type ceiling, but would be in that ash color to give some warmth to the structure. So this is just a side-by-side existing proposed. We do have approval letters. I believe they've been submitted, but Civil Society Brewing has written a letter of support. 424 Park Place has written a letter of support, and this neighbor here at the back corner that's directly adjacent, that beige colored house has written a letter of support. I believe we also have a letter of support from our adjacent, the property owner. These are rental homes. This is on Park Place looking east, so that's Civil Society, the rail line. I believe we have letters of support from 500 Palm, this commercial building directly to our north, which is not in the Railroad Transition District, but it is directly adjacent. I believe we do have letters of support here. So this is the proposed landscaping the site, looking east, side by side. Arc rib storage, we're now on the southern part of the property. Civil Society, 424 Park. I believe you can see, is that La Clara in the distance? So again, proposing the landscape. I believe one of the staff comments was about height of hedge, possibly at this western portion. I just wanted to point out that the letter of support we did get from this neighbor, the hedge height, they actually prefer to to keep the hedge lower because that eastern morning sun, they're grateful, I think, that there's glass quartz and mesh so the sunlight comes through. I don't see an issue with that, but I'll let Jack Rice discuss that in detail. Side by side of existing proposed. So this is looking north from the site on the railroad track. It's the rear of the property. We do have two fronts. We're not calling this the front. This road is a dead-end road, and the reason we don't want to call it the front is we're very careful to not bring traffic through Flamingo Park neighborhood. We want to keep that traffic on the thoroughfare at Park Place. Park Place is our natural thoroughfare and where we would have our cars arrive and drop off. Existing proposed. And this is the interior of the site, just to give a feel of what Fernando and Glenice have been working closely with our client and owner. Right, they're looking at doing a princess cut herringbone pattern paver. The courts are a turf, but they will be green and blue. The ironwork proposed to work with L&L on recreating some of those historic images. Our integral gutters to follow that shape, and then the ceiling being, yes, it may be more of a longer lasting aluminum material, but that it would be in that ash color with decorative light fixtures around our yoga outdoor studio. So open, airy. We only are asking for about, I believe, a few hundred square feet of air conditioned space, 2,000 square feet of open air. And this goes into some of those materials we discussed, that vertical ash, wood, metal base and skirting with decorative light fixture, landscape and planting, beautiful palm trees, standing seam metal roof. And then we don't have windows in the project. I know windows, so we don't have muntins as detailing. Muntins or mullions, but we do, even the doors, which would be doors to the restroom shower, we would still like to do something custom that integrates that vertical slat component. And so I believe I'll turn it back over to Jack Rice after this slide. Just wanted to show where those letters of support, our site is here in red. We did receive letters of support, and to my knowledge, we have not received any letters or contact concerned about the project in a negative way, and I'm here for questions. Thank you so much for your time.
So just to quickly go through the standards of approval, those specific to new construction. Regarding the significant archaeological resources that may be affected by the project, to our knowledge, there are none at this time. To the extent we find any, we'll certainly be mitigating them. The second criteria, or criteria number 9, however you're looking at it, is that any new additions or new construction shall not destroy any historic materials, and that any new work will be have compatible massing with the existing area. And obviously, we're following the ZLDRs for the district, and so our massing is compatible. Kyle's kind of highlighted a few different things with the roof, as well as the height of the entrances, et cetera. Additionally, criteria 10 that essentially says any new construction has to be undertaken in a manner in which that if it's removed in the future, it won't impact the historic environment. Since there's nothing there now, if you remove this, it's really not going to have any impact on the historic environment whatsoever. To get to the next ones, regarding the setting orientation and setbacks, we do meet the ZLDRs, and we are consistent with other buildings in the neighborhood. Regarding the building height, Kyle went over how it's 1 story, it's compatible with others in the area. The design styles we just heard are consistent with what we saw with the historic FEC railroad stations, as well as with the addition of the residential roof line and landscaped front yards. The proportion of openings is similar to the surrounding commercial. However, there are residential door heights on the property. The rhythm of solids to voids is staff found to be compatible, as well as the spacing along the street. We do have a significant setback here in the front in order to kind of preserve that residential nature. With the relationship of materials and textures, Kyle went over how the metals are reminiscent of arc rib to the south, as well as detailed metal and ironwork you see on other historic properties. The roof shape is of a hip design, consistent with others in the neighborhood. And you heard how the size, scale, and bulk is compatible with other existing structures in the neighborhood without, overwhelming some of the neighboring residential properties. Next, to talk about the variance standards. With regard to the first standard, just so everybody understands what we're talking about and what we're seeking the variance from, it's the actual Padel court enclosures. They're glass for most of the height, and then there's a small amount of mesh at the top. The ZLDRs, they don't really differentiate between perimeter fencing or interior fencing in a court enclosure like this. So, when it comes to the peculiar shape or peculiar characteristics of the land structure of the building, obviously we have a uniquely shaped piece of property, but we're also kind of in a unique situation where the structure in question is something that the ZLDRs never really discussed or predicted. As far as the need for the variance not resulting from the actions of the applicant, like we just went over, the ZLDRs don't really differentiate between the perimeter fences and court enclosures. I'm not sure if in '86 people were ever expecting to have padel courts put in Flamingo Park, but if they were, they weren't captured in the ZLDRs. A literal interpretation of the code would deny us the use of the Health and Fitness Club, which is a permitted use within this district. Staff has determined that the relief is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies within the comprehensive plan. It's not injurious to the public welfare. Obviously, they're glass walls, so they don't have a significant visual impact in the area. The property cannot be used, put to the permitted use without this relief. And we're not arguing that the nonconformity is a grounds for our variance or financial hardship. Regarding the conditions of approval that staff has requested, we do want to ask the board to reconsider them, just in terms of the proposed landscaping conditions and position on the sides of the property with respect to the actual road frontages on both Park and Cayuga, as well as to the railroad to the east. In discussing the conditions with staff, we understand that these conditions are generally imposed to mitigate the visual impact of walls when you see them in the fronts of properties. Here, these are glass enclosures, so the visual impact of them is extremely limited. And there is value in having this use be visible from the public rights-of-way, obviously, in terms of the business, but also for just activating the neighborhood and eyes on the street. We are proposing a pretty substantial amount of landscaping already along these boundaries. And we do have letters of recommendation from the properties to both the north across Park as well as to the south on the other side of Cayuga. We do not have a letter of recommendation from the railroad, but we do kind of note that the code does allow us to actually build a structure up to that property line that abuts the actual railroad itself. And so we could build a 40-foot solid wall there. We're certainly not. We're just building a approximately 13 feet and change glass wall. And so we have no objection to screening the actual southwest portion of the property. We're already proposing this to mitigate the impact of light on the neighboring properties, but to be required to put a 13-foot high hedge continuously across the public rights-of-way and the other sides of the property that are really going to interfere with just light for the neighboring properties as well as the use. It just seems overly onerous, and we don't see it imposed on other properties like this within the city, although there are very few Padel facilities. And with that, that concludes our presentation, but we're happy to answer any questions you guys have right now or after staff presents. Just let us know.
Questions of the applicant?
Thank you. I have a few questions. Kyle, I apologize for stepping away. Did you get the neighbor support to the west of the northwestern neighbor?
So thank you, Mr. Murphy. Letter of support from this property.
Nope.
These
Nope.
properties, this
Nope.
one,
Nope.
this one, this property?
That one, yes.
So this property is, it's a landlord, they're rental tenants, so I believe we've reached out to them, but
Okay.
I don't think we got any objection, but they didn't write a formal letter, but yeah. Maybe
So
Jack.
I can speak directly to that. That property is actually owned by the North American Mission Baptist, which is an entity of the Southern Baptist Conference. I did speak to them. It was quite an interesting experience to call the Southern Baptist Conference and find somebody that wanted to talk about a property in West Palm. But we did speak to them, and we provided them with the plans. Their initial review, they really had no objection, and what I was asking them for was a letter of recommendation. When I followed up with them, they've essentially gone without response. But certainly they have not objected to the property or to the proposed use, and during my initial discussions with them, they had no problem with it.
Sure. What about the other property, the one that is by the yellow line there?
The Southwest?
Yeah.
We do have a letter of recommendation from them.
letter?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any letters of recommendation that aren't from Gregory Welteroth? Because the ones that I'm seeing are all from the same person.
All of these are from separate entities, but
He owns them all.
I don't know if Mr. Welteroff owns Civil Society.
Okay, I'm just looking at the letters of support. I think the only ones in the backup, and they're all from the same person.
They're all from separate entities. If you have knowledge as to the, who controls those entities, that's beyond what we have in the record.
I feel like you're giving me a non-answer.
No, I'm saying we have
Okay.
the letters of report from the actual entities, but I don't have purview beyond what's the ownership of those entities. Like, I know the entity name, and I can tell you, yes, we have letters of recommendation from the properties that Kyle just showed, but I don't know the actual owner of all of these individual properties beyond the entity, if that
Okay,
makes
so
sense.
you haven't seen these letters of support
I have seen them all.
that are all signed by the same person?
No. They're signed by agents of the property, and property managers and stuff like that.
Okay.
What about the big tall night lights?
I had a question about that, Kyle. Your detail,
Well, I
Peggy,
believe,
yeah, I went to the backup and you had some details of the lights, but not really details of the lights, and they were drawn in a measurement that's not in inches and feet, and I couldn't figure out the metrics, because they are kind of alarming.
I'll pass around the elevation from 424 Park that shows the height, the lights are lower than the roofs of the adjacent structures. The lights are they're required to play in the evening time, but I'm assuming there's a declaration of use of some type for the time that the lights would have to go off, but it's not dissimilar from any tennis club or facility. I'll pass around the elevation if that's helped see the height, if it wasn't in the package. Am I allowed to do that? Or
Yeah, of course.
Is your question related to the height or the brightness of the lights?
Yes. I didn't ask it yet, but it does have to do with not seeing an elevation and not seeing a photometric. I only asked because the abutting properties are residential.
Right.
And while it's wonderful that you're activating the site, this is definitely a more audible use.
Yeah.
Counterpoint is not as audible as the train tracks, but it certainly would be a change. And the angle of which they are shown kind of exaggerates the fact that it will likely spill, and I don't know if you took...
So we've already been working with staff to address the photometrics and to make sure it meets the candle requirements. Tyler can speak specifically to the actual brightness. But like I said, we're proposing a pretty substantial amount of landscaping along that southwest border of the property right here. I'll let Tyler give you the details on it, but the whole point is to mitigate the impact of the lights.
Right, which I think goes to the point of the staff request to have ample landscaping there to further mitigate the light, just counterpoint to your statement.
Yes, so as of right now, if you take a look at that southwest corner, we've incorporated landscaping into our photometric modeling software to be able to understand like what the light overflow is to that adjacent property. And the standard is a 0.5 maximum foot candle in that area. And that's something that we've achieved, and it's something that we have on our civil engineering plans. I'm not sure if anybody has a copy of that or can see that right now. But we have implemented those landscaping, I would say that it is bamboo, graceful bamboo trees along that line to mitigate the light overflow, to mitigate the amount of foot candle measurements that actually protrude over to that side.
Thank you.
Going back to the letters of support, the mailing address for 502 Park Place is 1 Alhambra Plaza, and all of the entities that signed the letters of support have the same mailing address.
Yes,
Is
I
that
think they have the
correct?
same registered agent.
So it's all owned by the same entity?
They all have the same registered agent, that's right. And I misspoke earlier, I do have 2 letters that have been signed from Greg Welteroff.
Okay. Has there been any outreach to the neighborhood at all? Have you presented this
Yes.
to Grandview Heights and Flamingo Park?
We presented this to the Flamingo Park Historic District, I personally did, and they had no issue with it. They actually discussed whether to give a recommendation, and because their standing policy is that, they don't issue a recommendation, and they just say thank you for presenting to us. And they're not here, obviously, this evening to oppose. But we definitely did meet with them.
I had a question also about the parking.
Yes, ma'am.
So how many places are you accommodating in this? How many parking places?
I will, Kyle, do you know them off the top of your head?
14.
I think it's,
We have
we have 1 or 2 more than we're actually required to have.
You do?
Yes, we have more than required. So the goal, I think when we originally started the project, was to build this massive building where we parked as much parking as possible to rent out, and that was what we worked with Frederic on. How do we make the smallest I think you saw that elevation.
Mm-hmm.
How do we make the smallest building? But we have more than code required, but also on the other side of the track, all of this, if you've been to civil, that's all parking as well along the fence.
So, so on site, you have how many parking places? Just
I believe it's 14
14.
spaces. 13
13.
plus motorcycle and bike parking as well.
Okay.
And then there's about 40 spaces to the right side. Civil is open at night. These spaces are empty, 8 a.m. to about 4:30 p.m. I think the peak times, I don't know if any of you play, the peak times are 7 a.m. to about noontime, and then they peak up again around 4:30 p.m. to 7 or 8 p.m. Those are typically before work and after work, mostly.
Right. And how many people do you typically expect to be using it at once?
So, depends on the use, but if you have 2, 4, 6, 8, it could be 10 plus people at a time. There is.
Well, typically, you'd have 4 people per court, right?
Yep, yeah, but 4 people per court, or I'm not an expert at use. I just designed the building, but it.
Understood. So, but my point, I guess, being is that you're constantly going to have people crossing back and forth.
I hope so. It's a dead site. I hope there's people here doing something. We provided the code required parking for the site. We'd prefer not to build a parking lot. It'd be nice to landscape.
Yeah.
We have beautiful landscaping, beautiful small building, and access. We have access provided all on Park Place, and we're not bringing access to Cayuga. You see the route. Part of what we worked with staff on was not bringing cars through the neighborhood and accessing the back of the site. We would have probably preferred to put the parking in the back, but keeping it on 424 Park thoroughfare.
Kyle, I too am not an expert in the padel, but I did used to play tennis. I'm kind of trying to figure out how players get to their cages on your site plan. It's not pleasant, and or like 4 people walking to their court cage.
It's the same as, it's the same as the facility on Dixie.
Okay, I'm going to your floor plan, your site plan, and like the 2 that are become kind of landlocked.
Well, it's open air,
That's
between.
the 2 in the corner. Yes, those 2 seem. I don't know how you'd get there if that's landscaping in between them.
Oh, it's not landscaping in between. It's the turf is continuous across all courts, and there's an opening in the middle.
Is it like pickleball where you like will go
It's
from
like
one
pickle,
court
so
to the
it's
other?
open
Mhm.
between the courts, and this, it's how it is in Boca Raton and about 28 clubs in Miami. I've been to 5 or 6 of them. It's as requested by the owner. They're the experts at playing. They're the professional athletes, and
Okay.
it's a good question. I guess we need an enlarged plan view. Thank you.
I think that, I am not an architect, but I think there's actually an elevation that shows from the rear the space between the courts, as well as there's some gate openings that have been proposed. So you can walk straight through, right here. And I believe here's another one. You can kind of see the distance between. And
So you're entering the courts from the street, not from the main entrance?
this is from the rear if you were entering from the Canuga, but you're also able to enter from the actual front of the property at the main entrance. Staff actually asked that we provide the access through the rear property as well, just to connect to the neighborhood. And to answer your question related to parking earlier, we're required to have 9 parking spaces, but we actually have 14. And here's the entrances from the front. So we've got that pedestrian entrance on the street, as well as these outdoor corridors from the main front entrance.
And at night, what happens, like it just, the gates close? Is that, how do you lock it?
Yeah, thanks. Great question. It's a rolling gate, so it just rolls from this point against the side of the wood slats. So it would look almost the same as it does today. They can't leave it open. As you know, we have, a lot of people finding places to sleep and running around town, so they have to secure it somehow. But the nice thing is the glass wall provides our enclosure, so we don't need the giant fence at the front of the property. And we are required to fence against the railroad track, and we are required to fence, I believe, against the change of commercial to residential use. So we are providing the picket style fence, which is consistent with what you'd see at the Brightline station, for example. They have that aluminum picket that runs the length of the tracks.
Any further questions of the applicant? Thank you.
Volsi again for the record. So this is a two-part request to the HPB board, but there's a third part that's being reviewed by the PPRC, the Plats and Plans Review Committee, which is the committee that will approve the site plan. And they review the lighting, the parking, the landscaping, traffic, and engineering. And I did hear some of your concerns regarding the crossing and the safety. So that could be something that, because they're still being reviewed, that we can talk to our traffic engineer and, see if that's something we need to look at in terms of whether people are going to be parking on the other side of the track, if they're going to be crossing, if there's a way that we can mitigate some safety concerns.
Great, thank you.
The applicant did a good job presenting what their request is. And so as you know, the site had been vacant for over 40 years. And basically for the architectural style is more of an industrial, which is in line with the zoning district of Railroad Transition District, RTD. So therefore, staff is recommending approval of the COA. And in terms of the request for the variance, within the front setback, the max height for fencing is 4 feet. They're proposing 13 feet and 3 inches along the front and the side setback. Therefore, the variance request for the front is 9 feet 3 inches. The variance request for the side setback is 5 feet 3 inches. Also, I'm not sure if you guys were aware, but they have pretty much there's an association that regulates padel courts, and the standards, basically it standardizes the courts, and basically they have to comply with what they look like and how they're designed in terms of the height of the fencing, the size of the courts themselves. And that's one of the justifications for the height of the proposed enclosures. And staff is recommending approval with conditions for the variance, since it meets all of the required variance standards found in 94-38D6 of the ZLDRs. So that the condition is that the variance shall only apply to the proposed padel court enclosures and landscape screening, and the padel court enclosures that are subject to the variance shall include a landscape hedge or of appropriate material to fully screen the enclosure from the adjoining residential property and road right-of-way. So staff is leaving that section open for the board to adjust the recommendation for the landscaping as they see fit. Also, they, like the applicant has stated, that they are going to be providing additional screening along the portions that are adjacent to residential as required by the ZLDRs. And that will be verified at the PPRC review. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff?
Yes, thank you. So a building could be built at 40 feet high, but a fence is restricted to 4 feet high, but needs a variance to go to 13 feet high.
Well, that's within the front yard.
Okay.
So the structure would still have to meet, like the building would have to meet the 25, and then their max is.
Okay.
that.
And the zoning code doesn't regulate height of poles, light poles on a property?
Light poles, yes.
What's that maximum height?
I believe that it is it's similar to the same height as I'm not sure, but it is in the code for certain structures, flag poles, light poles, et cetera.
These light poles comply with the zoning code
Yes,
at 20 feet high.
yes. From what from the review that has been done, yes.
Thank you.
And they've also been in for a while as well. So this is a project that we've been in.
I'm sorry, the light poles what?
They've been in for a while, so they've worked through a lot of
The
staff's
applicant.
comments. Yes.
The applicant.
Yes. So this is about the third submittal for the site plan review, and this would be the first for historic just because we're at a place where they're close to the end.
Could you pull the precedent images the applicant showed?
For which one?
There was a sheet with precedent images. Kyle, maybe you could help.
Oh.
Do you mind pulling it up?
This one.
Thank you, Ms. Kellogg. So the images are what we received back in, let's see, Sanborn map here. Precedent images, these images here at the top were working with Frederic. These three at the bottom were from Benjamin Salata. These were provided by our office. And these were also provided by our office, and these were provided by the client that hired us, Paddle X. Is there a specific one?
Will you go back to the ones that Ms. Mittner provided?
Yes, that was starting. She was only involved more of the massing and program, and we passed to Mr. Salata.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann, I'm sorry, I have another question for you.
I'm getting my steps in.
You mentioned that there's another committee that is reviewing the site plan.
Yes.
And you said that committee reviews traffic, I think you said lighting.
Yes, it's the Plats and Plans Review Committee.
Okay, great.
It's an internal committee which includes different disciplines throughout the city, including fire, police, building department, engineering. And engineering is broken down into utilities, traffic.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Does that committee review it pre or post permit?
Pre-permit.
Great. And does that committee impose conditions and or changes to the site plan, or could they?
Typically, we work through multiple submittals until they get it right. And then the items that are conditioned are things that to be done prior to certificate of occupancy or prior to building permit or things like that.
Super. And the applicant mentioned that there's a declaration of use that would be talking about operational conditions. Since it abuts a residential neighborhood, the hours that the play field can occur. Would that committee issue those conditions?
No.
Or would, okay.
No.
So where would that declaration of use come from?
It's their certificate of occupancy. I'm sorry? Yes, well, if the code, as Maria stated, if the code allows for the use, and they have different standard based on the use, sometimes there are certain requirements of the code that once they get their business tax application, there are different items that we look at that time.
Oh, okay.
Not sure if that's sufficient.
Is there something in the code that regulates hours for play courts abutting
I believe there's
residential
noise
properties?
ordinances.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes.
But they would fall under the same, like, in other words, Howard Park, the lights have to go out at 8 o'clock.
Right.
That would be,
Right,
for a
they're-
private entity, they'd be subject to the same rules that apply to the city parks.
Correct. Mhm.
Is it coming to us prematurely? Is that the point you were making?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, shouldn't this internal review occur first, and then any changes that they recommend, then we should, because they may be aesthetic, they may be related to the
Right.
historic district.
So at this point, they've gone through 3 different review sessions, and they've addressed majority of the comments. Any, any comments that are left now will not change the site plan.
So the height of the lights is what it's gonna be?
Right.
And no pedestrian crosswalk or anything is gonna be required?
So that's the part that I was mentioning about speaking to our traffic consultant to see if that's something, but of course, this is happening outside of their property, so it's not necessarily a requirement if someone chooses to park
Oh,
elsewhere
that, they
and
don't
walk
own that
onto.
parking that's across the street? So,
I don't believe so. It's not a part of the project. Right now, they're providing all of their required parking on site, and
Got
they're
it.
exceeding the required parking.
got it.
But it seems like the resolution of that final committee might affect what we're looking at for approval.
No, because you guys are looking at 2 requests, the variance and also the architectural style.
Not the use.
Not the use. The use is permitted by right.
That committee is, PPRC is site plan approval. Every single project has to go through that.
Yep.
And there's a commission, and are all the employees of the city, fire marshal, building department, everybody's part of PPRC, and they have to comment on that, on everything, and make sure that complies with all the codes and regulations. And then they will produce a resolution that will include a lot of conditions of approval.
It'll be an
So
approval
if they
letter.
will say, you know, the photometrics at the lot line has to be 0, they have to comply with 0. Right?
Yes, correct. And it'll be through an approval letter, a site plan approval letter.
But we are tasked with reviewing the building, which we haven't really talked about.
Right.
Which is what I've been looking at. And is it okay if we switch to talking about that? Okay. So when I look at that and it's new construction, it's kind of tough, like how we apply some of these compatibility standards, because I feel like some of them almost like don't apply in a way because of the use of the structure. I guess I question how they apply, but when I read through it, I do struggle with some of the detailing of it. I think that the materials, so one of them is the materials and textures of a building should be chosen with the predominant materials of the historic district in mind. Simplicity and use is preferable. I think you have had a simple approach to the materiality of it. But I do think I look at those precedent images, and I think the overall massing feels the way you want it to, but then I kind of struggle with how the components are relating. Are they relating the best way that they can for the historic structure? I mean, I'm not asking you to recreate a railroad station. But I think that you've really started to consider that with like how you're forming the gutters and making kind of those arcs that relate back to those historic structures. But I just wonder if more can be done to integrate itself a little, or I think what could be really interesting about this project is this is something that is, very popular right now, but it's in a neighborhood and it's in a historic neighborhood. And how could we modify that language a little bit more to better resemble the environment that we're a part of?
Just to clarify, which standard are you referring to?
Well, I mean, I was reading through all of them, but for example, new buildings should take their design cues from the surrounding buildings. Traditional or contemporary design standards and elements should relate to the surrounding buildings. So like, if you were a new house, we would say, what are your precedent images in the neighborhood that you're relating to? Right? I mean, I'm talking about, like,
Is this executive session, or is this, are we talking?
No, it's where it's staff's presentation and follow-up questions to that, so it's
The
appropriate.
only adjacent railroad transition district historic building is the arc rib storage, which is a metal rib and stucco facade. That's the
So
same
that's the
zoning.
precedent that you're relating to.
It's
And
the adjacent.
Yeah, I understand that it is.
Railroad Transition District, historic
Is-
West Palm District. Yes.
And I understand that. And our board is tasked with reviewing the architecture, and we review our architecture based on these compatibility standards or the Secretary of Interior standards. So when we review projects, we look to these. That's why we like have them printed out so nicely for staff, like, or from staff for us. And when I read through them, I am struggling to understand how some of them are relating. Again, not the massing. I think that like the overall massing makes a lot of sense. And when we're talking about size, scale, bulk, mass, and volume, that makes sense. But then you start getting into, kind of half of them make sense and then half of them aren't relating to the district as much. I don't know if this is just how I feel. I don't know if anyone else has a different feeling on this.
I have a
It's very
complete different
contemporary.
feeling on it.
Right.
I think it's a brilliant placement. I do. I mean, it does suit things very well, especially to complement the surrounding commercial, the incorporating the railroad district. I do like the design. I hear what you're saying. Can there be other ways to incorporate the historical element of the neighborhood? But I do think they actually did really well with it.
Well, let me clarify. I like the design. I'm asking, do they adhere to our standards? So, because it doesn't really matter how we feel about it. Like, we're supposed to be somewhat objective, or as objective as we can be. And so I'm just, like, what are the standards that you feel like do comply? Because I've read off the ones that I know, that I feel like comply. And I would really love other people to
So
try
in
that.
other words, like, is it possible, or does it make sense for the lights, instead of having that like really glaringly modern look, to be custom, and like the street lamps have like some cool, fixture that looks like it comes from an old railway depot, like that kind of, is that what you're talking about? Like more?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a
pulling in-
middle ground, right? Like, I'm not asking anyone to recreate a false sense of history. But I do think that we are tasked with asking new structures to comply with our compatibility standards. So one of them is that a building should be situated the same distance approximately from the street as adjacent buildings. I'm not going to read through the rest of that. I don't know how we can help that comply. I think it's a different use, and I'm kind of setting that one aside because there's been all the site plan review. The building height, I think the building height is compatible. The design styles, that's the one that I already read through. And so design cues, taking their cues from the surrounding buildings, Mr. Fant mentioned the one, that it's like the corrugated metal. And I would say that relates to the roof selection and the appropriateness of that, because we don't often approve standing seam metal roofs. In the historic districts, the proportion of openings is the next one. Again, I'm not sure how that can relate like with this project, but the doors seem appropriately scaled. Rhythm of solids to voids. Again, like, how do you apply that? Or if you apply it to the solids that are there, does that relate to the existing context?
You did ask about the roofs. Grandview Heights is one of the neighborhoods that do have metal roofs. So it does butt up to Grandview Heights, so that does comply with a metal roof feature.
I don't have a problem with the metal roof. That's why I was saying that Mr. Fant's precedent was appropriate, and I understood that selection. And
I was going to add, Exhibit
Correct.
G of the staff report does include images of the surrounding properties.
yeah,
If, you guys aren't able to,
Kristen,
aren't
I
able to see
think,
it.
you're talking about trying to build a bridge between what we generally deal with and something similar to a tennis club or, and I don't know how we do that because they're
Right.
so far afield.
yeah, I'm just wondering if we can take what works for their client in terms of what is needed. And if, there's only a couple of design decisions to be made here, right? I mean, we have the roof, which I personally understand the argument for the selection of that. I love what Mr. Fant has done with the gutter solution. I think it's really elegant and referential. And so you only really have a couple of elements that are left after that. One of them is like the selection of the siding material, which is those thin strips, which I would say doesn't have a historic precedent relating to it. Siding does, clearly. Those are in the precedent images. And then like the detailing at the connection between the two. And so maybe my very long-winded coming around to is that perhaps there is an opportunity in these two features, right? Because you don't have a lot, right? And simplicity is best. That's what the compatibility standards say. But maybe there's an opportunity to just be a little bit more referential to the neighborhood with those couple of design choices. Like maybe it's just a different siding selection
Maybe.
that references like either those railroad structures or historic structures of the district. That's like an easy one to do. They could even keep it the same color if that like fits with their brand. But let's appreciate like where we are and not just put something that looks like it could be anywhere else. Like, let's lean into that we're in this beautiful, vibrant neighborhood and adhere as closely as we can to our standards with just a couple of modifications.
No, I agree, and I
Said.
think you're
Yeah, that's fair.
only touching on a very small portion to maybe give it a historic flavor.
Yeah, so, I mean, I would suggest altering the siding, or we'll call it siding, altering the siding to be something that would be historically present on a industrial building, whether that's one of the railroad image depots that was pulled, or if it's a historic house. There were several different options to choose from that I saw on the images that were present. And then if that like arc detail that's on the metal, again, I don't personally dislike it. It's just, let's use that opportunity to do something that is more referential to the historic neighborhood.
Yeah, maybe the siding could have more of bringing in a metallic feeling from the railroad stations rather than wood siding.
So again, long-winded, those are my two comments. Sorry, that was
Good point.
a big circle or a long road.
No, I think all good points that you made. I am having a hard time wrapping my head around the use. But I think we've been told that we're not here to regulate the use, and so we need to focus on whether it actually is compatible with the historic district. So I think you've redirected the line of questioning in the right direction. I also just want to voice that I'm just concerned there hasn't been enough outreach to the neighbors. That there's, I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but I don't know. I would think that they would want to have a say in this project. and that the only letters of recommendation or approval, support, sorry, are all from the same entity, or multiple entities that have the same agent, whatever you want to call it. They're all signed by the same person. So I would be in support of looking at some of those design changes that you recommended, and doing a formal presentation to the neighborhoods. Because I mean, I know you said you did, but do we have like any documentation? Like how were they notified and invited to participate? And was it just with the board? And I don't know. I feel like Linda Cullen, who used to be chair of this board, would have something to say about this project. So I don't know. Yes.
Just to also note that as part of the meeting notice, they were sent out.
Yes, I understand that.
Around and.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Just a note. And you said Linda was
We did meet
there.
with Linda Cullen.
Yeah.
Okay.
But do you have any sign-in sheets from the meeting, or?
I can probably get the meeting minutes. I sat down with the entire board and
Perfect.
did a full presentation with them.
That would be great. Just,
I'm happy.
I think that's so, like, this is inevitable. This is going to happen along Dixie Highway. And I think, like, recognizing the investment that individual property owners have made in these historic districts that have made the property so valuable in the first place. And, like, introducing a use that has not been here historically, like, it's important to get their buy-in and give them multiple opportunities to participate.
We'd be happy the neighborhood association does not issue letters of recommendation, but I'd be happy to either get an email from the board saying that I
Just,
sat
yeah,
down with them.
yes, exactly.
Or ask them for a copy of their minutes. And I can provide that if you guys want to condition the approval on providing that to staff. I'm happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if anybody else wants to see any other design changes or has any further comments.
Assuming you're coming back, can we get a detail of the light fixture at a more legible scale and the height of that? Kyle, thank you. And I guess I'm stuck on the use, but I'm more thinking about the sensitivity of the proposal on the abutting properties that are residential. I think I don't have this as strong of a conviction as the architecture as my colleagues do. I certainly respect that. I'm more concerned with the peripheral aspects of it. The by your designed light poles seem to amplify the light amplification, and I think that would be bad. Your parking lot is already parking towards the neighboring property, so I mean, I want to see how you're proving that you're a sensitive use through your screening wall or landscaping or having the light posts detailed in such a way that they point downward. I do think that this board has purview over those things. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay.
That's reviewed to VPRC, but if it's a condition for the height.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I mean, we're just thinking like the board probably has a purview about the structure, the light fixtures and how it relates with the impact on the surrounding. That is more purview of the Plans and Plat Review Committee, as they will review compliance with the code for those elements of site plan approval, not the Historic Preservation Board.
Okay. Disregard my comments then.
Well, maybe from a functionality standpoint, but from an aesthetic standpoint, that would certainly be our purview as far as where they're placed and how it impacts the aesthetics of the site, correct? That was a question.
I would assume the aesthetics are absolutely in our purview.
That's why we're here.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Go ahead, James.
Okay, so we're looking to continue the project, to revisit, well, to get more information on the light fixtures, in terms of the aesthetics of them, because the aesthetics are within our purview. I had a couple of things on the structure itself, but I'm trying to figure out what else we're asking them to come back for, or is that it? That's it?
Well, you brought up the aesthetics of the siding. Possibly
Yes.
that could be reviewed.
Yeah, so I had the two things, and then we wanted to look at the aesthetics of the light. But I just want to make sure, like, for the applicant, those are the things that are within our purview that we're asking.
I don't think you have made public comments.
Oh, we haven't?
No.
Oh, we never like moved out of staff comments, sorry.
It's a long staff.
Do we have public comment? Oh, we do, okay.
Oh, no.
Thank you for your patience.
I know it's getting late, so try to keep it short. Brady Atwater, I live at 1610 Florida Avenue. I first met their client, Gregory Jr. Wetworth, July 3rd, when he bought my neighboring property, 1612 Florida. As one of you noticed, he also owns the plaza north of this zone, the Imperial Plaza, a few other ones on the map that he also recommended to himself for approval. Lifelong tennis player, love pickleball, love the new Howard Park courts. I'm not opposed to trying padel, and even if it's on this lot. My major concern is safety and noise for my family. I received this in the mail clearly, but I first met and heard about these plans from their client, Gregory, on July 27th. We had coffee together. His original plans had 11 courts. This is now down to 7. And again, my main concerns are noise. So the alleyway on his other property that is behind me, it's Imperial Plaza, is now been cleared of landscaping and is gravelled. So there are now pedestrians walking back there. I'm not sure if they're allowed to, but I'm pretty sure the next ask from Wentworth Properties will be to hardscape that. Furthermore, furthering traffic walking back there. And just adjacent to this property for the Padel, there's currently, as of today, a new restaurant. Looks phenomenal. I can't wait to go there. It's a little steak shop. There's a pizza place going there. It's going to kind of be like a little grab-and-go restaurant zone. So again, my concerns are people walking behind my property that's now accessible to pedestrians, and the decibels of the play and the chatter coming from the courts, which I have never looked into. It might be nothing, but those are my concerns. And also for the record, I do low voltage contracting, so I work with architects every day and GCs, and I appreciate it. And I'm anti-growth and construction, just some concerns I have, and want to make sure that we're all looking out for each other in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Would you like a rebuttal?
I would just ask the board to please stay tuned to the actual property that's in question. We are here not on behalf of Welteroff Properties or any other entity besides West Palm Beach Racquet Club, and to the actual application that's before the board. The use is permitted as a matter of right, so a lot of effects of that use are outside of this board's purview, which is obviously limited to aesthetics. But we're happy to work with staff to address the concerns that have been raised. I think the lighting concerns, I know we've already worked with staff and we have addressed them. The sound concerns, I don't think staff's asked us to provide anything. It is a permitted use, but I will look into providing staff with a sound report of Fidel in general, because I think when I've actually looked into it for other similar uses, it was determined that it was actually quieter than most other racquetball sports. So.
So how is that use defined? Like, what does it specifically say, the use that's allowed on this site?
It's a health and fitness facility, and it offers more than just, obviously like a single sports use. That's why there is more than just the padel courts on the property. There's the multi-use field in the rear. There's the juice bar. There's actually a weight room. Kyle didn't highlight it earlier, but it is present. And it's a multi-use health and sports facility.
And so that's what is allowed as far as uses?
Yes, ma'am.
Not anything specific about racket sports or anything like that?
I don't think the code actually speaks to that specifically here.
Okay.
I think Kyle wants to rebut.
Not really rebuttal, just on the siding. That was just a request from the client to match their facility. So are we looking at clapboard or vertical metal? We have those two precedents. Because they're two very different directions. Personally, I think the metal would be a lot of metal and feels like a metal storage building with clapboard siding.
Yeah, the images that I was looking at were wood siding, but I mean, I think you could make an argument with the right precedent for maybe either, the ones that I've seen are wood, but they're.
Could it be like a composite wood that?
No, actually, you could do an aluminum
Like the
with
ceiling.
a wood grain and a wood faux finish.
That's what we're doing for the ceiling.
Okay, because we use that a lot.
Yes, sir.
And that could satisfy what Kristen is bringing up and maybe soften it and maybe give it more of an authentic look.
That's the only aesthetic thing. We're grateful. So, and then the landscape architect, Jessamine Design Group, I wish they were here, but I know we've been going through PPRC for almost a year now, and I believe they've been trying their best to. You can see in the renderings we've been pushing to bring in mature landscaping, so lush, and if you've seen what it is today, it's a bare site, and I believe Jessamine is working on that western side with PPRC. That I know I've seen the emails go back and forth, but I can't answer the actual landscape architect for them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And Kyle, if you'll also look at the detail, that it's like an arch detail that's underneath. Sorry, I don't know how to describe it.
The arc ribs.
Between your columns, the like arches that kind of repeat.
Yes, that was that precedent.
Yeah, I think the arches that come out like as part of the gutter are really successful. I'm just wondering if there's like a different pattern that doesn't feel quite so like modern or contemporary. That if you could just look at it, nothing's coming to mind for me. I would just ask.
I guess historically that would be just a big I-beam, and they'd arch out.
Yeah.
I'd hate to do a big I-beam, but I will. Whatever. We're easy going, but whatever can help. I think we're looking for a conditional approval of the use because the aesthetic we went from a giant building to a very small building, and we'd like to get an approval for the use, and if there's landscape or metal siding.
You mean an approval of the variance? We're not approving the use. We're
I think it means
approving
an approval of the new construction this evening.
the new
conditioned upon-
construction and the variances.
Aesthetics.
I don't think we typically bifurcate approvals, right? It's all at once? Yes? What? Okay. So I think we're going to continue both.
Okay, I'll move to continue case number 24-74 and 75 to the April 22nd is that right? April 22nd Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Before the board moves on, can we make it clear the items that we're being asked to address? I think what I heard were the design elements with regard to the cladding or the siding of the structure.
I'm sorry, what are you asking to clarify?
What the board would like us to address when we come back.
I listed out 3 things before.
Sorry.
The
Siding.
aesthetics of the light, we'd like to see a detail of the actual aesthetics of those larger light fixtures.
Could I ask about we're not hired to design the light? Are you asking us to, comes from a specific manufacturer that the client is in charge of to meet their code? You know, they have like the NBA, they have certain basketball, there's a certain light, so. are
Why don't
asking
you
us to
ask them?
design the light fixture?
Why don't you ask them to provide it?
They'll provide it, but I'm saying, what I'm trying to get is, are you asking us to
Revisit it.
design it as something custom, or just bring the manufacturer standard? It's gonna look like every other Padel court light, whatever the standard is for.
Well, believe it or not, I don't know what that looks like.
I'm just saying, if we bring it, I'd like to understand, like.
Kyle, I've never seen one with
Okay.
the detail that I saw in your supplemental materials from
Okay.
Corju Net, I think was your design team. And I see what you're saying about it custom, but it's arched and has an arm in a way that is atypical from court lighting that I've seen in my review of court lighting. And that may not be appropriate here. Also, there's like a detail in the knuckle of the lighting that like has a paddle. Did I read the detail correct? There's
believe
actually
so.
detail of a paddle in the architecture of the light.
I was trying to get at if there was, because I'm not in charge of the light or designing it, I don't want to come back with a light and you just go, I hate it, and I say, okay, let's spend another month. If we need to design something, we do it now, or.
Well, you're kind of captive to what's available, is what you're saying.
We weren't hired to even look at it.
Right.
So I'm trying to, do I need to get our client to hire us to design a light, or do we?
I think you have
Bring it
to
back.
look at the light, whatever that means, because I don't know what that means. And then you have to look at the historic preservation standards and decide if that light complies with the standards or not. And if it doesn't, then you need to talk to your client about designing the light.
And that's what okay, I can talk.
There should be a light fixture that is more traditional and not so modern. That's all what it's about. So you need to find a light that complies with the regulations of the game and looks more, comparable to a historic neighborhood.
Yeah, I doubt that exists, but.
I'm pretty sure that exists.
It does.
I used to play paddle a lot, and
Can you send
I
us the
can
light?
have you can have a little box, and
Yeah.
so.
So you have a manufacturer though?
No,
Because that'd be
I
great.
don't know.
You don't know. I'm just trying to cut to the chase and get the light that you all like and get it.
Kind of like the
ready.
lighting that you might see on a tennis court for a Meisner-designed home.
Yeah.
That might be more appropriate.
No, I know it's not a tennis light. We've done another one of these clubs. It's a specific Padel light that has to have this angle, and that's why I knew we weren't in charge of the light, but we'll try our best.
I see, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. It's been a long night.
Every time I come, I'm the last one.
2506 is our next case, 254 Granada Road.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Yanni Varnava, representing Varnava Design Studio. I'm here tonight to present our project for 254 Granada Road. Please note, a year and a half ago or so, we received approval for a two-story addition at the back. Plans have changed, and our clients would like to reduce the scope of work, and we would like to request for an approval for a single-story structure at the back. I will go over the plans really quick. This is the house. Please note these pictures are a little dated. The house does not appear like this anymore. It's much prettier. The clients really love their house and they took care of it. The landscape has grown, but the structure remains the same. I will go over the areas that we're proposing to remove, which is in the back, right here, the structure in the back here. Please note that this structure it was an addition done in a later date, not part of the original landmark residence. The original landmark is the single story here and the two-story, which you see in the front. Again, these are the additions we're removing. These are like shed structures. Here, again, we're removing this. And this is the guest house. It remains, again, looks better, but it's the same structure. Interior images, we don't have to worry about those. So this is the house, how it looks right now. Again, the landscape has grown, but pretty much the structure remains the same. I will go over the plans. So this is the site plan. Again, the area we're removing is this single story here. And this is what we're adding right here. The hatched area is the addition. What you see right here, the little sliver, it will be part of the covered loggia, which is right here. Again, this is existing first story. Removing all these elements here. This used to be, or it is right now, a Florida room. The original structure probably was an open loggia that it was enclosed at one point. So we're proposing to remove this area here and add a proper loggia here, accessing the pool. We have French doors from the interior to the loggia. And then this is the single story addition we're adding back here. By doing so, we are able to get a better kitchen layout and a full master suite on the first floor. Second floor, we're not really doing anything to the second floor. We are renovating the interior, but the structure remains the same. Again, this is the area we're removing, and this is the new roof structure here. This portion is part of the loggia, and then this is the Florida room we are changing. Roof plan. Right now, the roof has three different kinds of roofs on it. It has the original borrowed roof tile, which is right here. It has a dark gray asphalt shingle, and it has on the second floor, and then the first floor has a red shingle. Again, we're going to change all of this and create a uniform borrowed roof tile, which will have images of the proposed tile. Front elevation, we're not really changing the front, we are changing the windows. We will proposing to have casement windows that appear the same as the originals. Although these are not original, these are like metal awnings, but the light division will remain pretty much the same. This is a casement picture window. We're proposing to match the rest, as you see right here. The back of the house, again, we are removing all these structures in the back and cleaning it up. This is the new addition. Because of the addition, roof reaches the second floor. We are removing this window configuration here, and we're adding these two end windows here, and we're matching the addition. This is the loggia, the proposed loggia. It will have arched, elliptical arch openings, as you see right here. Side elevation, I believe this is the east. Again, area we're moving, the single story structure we're adding right here, and this is the loggia. This window configuration remains the same. We are changing it with the division of the mountains, as we see over here. The arched, we're continuing as you see right here. This will be open windows into the loggia. Again, in west elevation, you see it right here. This is the area of the original home. We're not really changing much to it. remains pretty much the same. The door schedule, I won't go over that. These are some of the details. This is the roof tile we'll be using, is Jacopea Blend by Varea. These are the colors. I think the original, the existing color is white dove right now, and we'll be using white windows. And this is the area I was talking about, the loggia, the detail of the elliptical arch. This is our render street elevation. Again, nothing really changes in the front. And this is our 3D rendering of the addition at the back. So this is the single-story addition we're adding. Everything, the second story remains the same. And then this is the loggia. The pool is existing to remain. And this concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? Any questions?
Are you in agreement with the conditions of approval from staff? There are conditions of approval, 6 conditions of approval. Do you know about them?
I have not seen them.
Okay.
I've never seen them.
Yeah, after the staff report.
No.
Yes, I mean, I can read it to you, or staff is going to present.
Okay. We're okay with one? Okay, we're okay with one. All mounting shall be external, dimensional, that's fine. All existing mullions shall remain or be replaced in kind with matching, that's okay, yes. The proposed arcade loggia shall have a step back of approximately 6 inches, which I believe it has. Do you see the rendering? This is what you're referring? Yes. Yes, it's right there. Okay. Yeah, the rendering shows it, yes, that's okay. All roofing shall be clay barrel tile in an earth tone color. That's okay. I'm assuming this is earth tone? Yes. Okay. Okay. The front door shall be retained and repaired if the door is, yes, the front door remains. It will be reusing the door. Actually, I think it's newer or in good condition. So we're all good with all conditions.
Great. So I have a couple of comments. So if you look at the plan with the existing first floor, there is a plan that we have here existing side by side, yeah. You see on the left-hand side how appears that at the bottom, that there is a recess, right? So
right here?
How can I tell you? No, in the existing plan, demolition plan, they are at yeah, exactly there.
Yes.
So would it be possible for you to maintain that jog? Because usually when there is an expansion or an addition to a historic house, we try not to be in alignment.
Correct. Actually, we're doing the reverse. We're kind of bumping it out right here.
Okay. All right.
This is the proposed, and this is where the new addition will be, and we're bumping it out. Instead of going in, we're going out. And I believe there's the reason for it. I got the elevation, because I was looking at that. Oh, it's right here.
Yep.
So this area here will bump out in front. Well, we can do it the other way.
No, I'm okay with. I'm okay. I don't know if anybody else.
Yeah.
is okay.
No, please note that the addition will not be able to be visible from the street, by the way.
Okay.
Any further questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner for the record. I think our applicant has done a pretty good job of outlining what the proposals are. What you see here is just a Google Street View comparison of what is currently there versus what was there in 2007. I was also able to get a historic image from the Florida Master Site File. These are our ZLDR calculations to make sure that this project complies with setbacks, floor area ratio, and lot coverage. And I like to call attention to the north elevation drawing. Seeing the front porch entry roof is going to be integrated right here, so I did want to call attention to that as one of the other proposals. So our approval with conditions still holds, and we are happy that our applicant is okay with all 6 of our conditions. And then we have the applicable codes and the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. I'll take any questions.
Could you go back to your conditions, please?
Yes.
So that last one, the front entrance shall be retained, are you talking specifically about the door, or are you talking about that area that you circled, or both of them?
Front entrance, I was referring to the actual entrance, which is recessed in that front porch little space. So.
Sorry, I probably should have worded it differently. Are you asking them to maintain the break and the roof the way it is now, or are you only talking about the door itself, like the fenestration?
I'm only talking about the door.
Okay. Could you go back to that, or you had pulled an image that I hadn't seen before for this project. You said it was from the master.
Yeah, master site file.
Do you know what year that's from?
I believe it's from 1990 when the building was surveyed for designation.
Thank you.
Sure.
I feel like we spent time on this.
We did.
Yes.
We definitely did. 2 years ago, or whenever that was. Well, and that's why I was asking to see this, this more historic image, because we didn't have this before, and it's actually tremendously helpful. Because the clarity of what we were looking at were like 20-year-old photos on Google Earth. There's a couple of things that strike me about it. I still have questions about that entry feature because it seems like it's not original. And so integrating it with what would have been a historic roof plane, I would not be in support of. But the thing that I'm really interested in is the articulation at the windows on the second floor. How there's some, I don't know if it's just paint or if those were like cased out differently. And right now because those windows have been replaced, there's just like a stucco return. It's like that detail was just eliminated when the windows were replaced. It looks like there's some kind of mole condition in between those two on the front. Right, see that, I mean, particularly that front-facing window has lost all that character, and if we're touching all this fenestration, might as, I'm looking at the second floor window because obviously the metal, I think the metal grills have been lost, that one and then the one to the right of it.
So this has a seal, it appears. I'm not sure what, if it's a shadow or a casement. It doesn't look like, here it doesn't look like a casement, but here's a seal.
Yeah, I mean, there it looks like you have a wide mole in between them that would have
Oh,
been
yeah, white
typical.
mole. Yes, I see it.
Like
Yeah,
a
right
typical
there.
expression of that window that was, just totally removed.
We can add the mullion bar in there to recreate that look.
Kristen, is this a project that originally wanted to do a penetration in the front wall as a doorway, west?
That's what I remember.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
originally
they
wanted
had-
to
they had done,
have
kinda-
French doors here.
Yeah.
But then we gave up on that idea.
It's all coming back, yep. You kind of did a little exploratory demolition showing that it was, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, we had the interior drywall, the plaster. The interior plaster has reveals that look like it was a door, but you mentioned that it could have been, the weights, and then we removed it, The client still would like to explore that idea, so once we do demo, we're gonna really look into it. But for right now, we would like to leave it as is.
Any further questions of staff? No public comment. Okay, so we'll go into executive session.
I'm generally in support of the project. I just had those two comments. I'd like to see the mole added back at the second floor with it looks like it was more than 4 inches, but I would say a 4-inch minimum, just so it's not just like a 2-inch mole that's prefabricated by the window manufacturer. And then, again, I would like to see the entry roof retained as a separate entity, because I would be beyond shocked if that was an original feature and that dominant one-story roof. I don't think historically you would have seen that. We know that it wasn't like that originally. So for the historic integrity of it, I would like to see it maintained as 2 separate roof entities.
I'm fine with that. Any Further comments? Would you like to bring us home with a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 25-06 for alterations and additions in accordance with standards 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zone and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitutes competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the Historic Preservation element of the Comprehensive Plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, the additional criteria set forth in section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The conditions include the following. 1, window glazing shall be clear on street-facing elevations. Window glazing shall be either clear or low E on non-street-facing elevations. 2, all muttons shall be external dimensional muttons. 3, all existing mullions shall remain or be replaced in kind with matching width and placement. 4, the proposed arcaded loggia shall have a step back of approximately 6 inches. 5, all roofing shall be clay barrel tile in an earth tone color. 6, the front door shall be retained and repaired if the door is determined by staff to be original, historic, or significant. 7, the mole shall be added back at the second floor street-facing window, a 4-inch minimum, but please do your best to match that image. And 8, retain the entry roof as a separate entity.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your time.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion made.
All those in favor? Aye.